Tradenovation Week. This is a good time to start this event officially. May I most respectfully ask that we stand for the national anthem, please. Thank you, DJ. Anambra State Anthem. God bless the shining light that will be. We're the only ones to make her brighter, the only ones to make her better, the only ones to make Anambra shine. With our strength and love, every breath of our lives, with trust in God, we will lift our homeland high. We believe in togetherness, we'll build a land of progress. Lift the spirit of Anambra, lift the spirit of Anambra, lift the spirit of Anambra, to love. Thank you so much. You may be seated. What a beautiful day this is. This is day 4 here at the Anambra Innovation Week, put together by Solution Innovation District. This is the new Anambra and the roadmap to the future, in line with the mandate of Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, the Solution Governor of Anambra State, to raise the Anambra Digital Tribe. I welcome you specially. Please put your hands together. Thank you for being here today. My name is Ifi Arono Okafo. I am a proud Onya Anambra to be alive in this day, to see Anambra leading the way into the digital future that we all want to see. Today, we are going to see lots of interesting things happen in the lives of young people who are going to experience a mind shift. Additionally, because they've been here for 3 days and counting, we are also witnessing the first ever Tradenovation Fair for SMEs holding just outside. So there is a lot to see and there is a lot to inspire us. We'll move on now to hear more about the reason why we are here today. We'll be listening to the convener of this program. She is the woman who drives the affairs at the Solution Innovation District as a special advisor to the governor on innovation and business incubation. And we would like to hear what this day 4 holds for everybody here, not just the participants, but also our guests from across Nigeria who are here to herald Anambra State and to find out what the state has got for Nigeria and the world at this time when digital is the way forward. Join me as I make welcome the special advisor to Mr. Governor on Innovation and Business Incubation, Ms. Chinwe Okoli, as she comes for her opening remark. Please keep clapping as she comes. Keep it, keep clapping, keep cheering.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Deputy Chief of Staff and the Chief of State Protocol, you're welcome, sir. Our keynote speaker, the Managing Director, CEO of First Bank PLC, ably represented by Dr. Nnemeka Eje, the Group Executive of First Bank PLC. You're welcome, sir. We're really delighted to have you. And the entire First Bank team that came with him. You're all welcome. In fact, I know she has established the protocol, but I would like to also acknowledge my friend, the president of the Digital Bridge Institute, Deza David. You're welcome, sir. The last time we saw was in 2019 at the Silicon Valley, and I'm happy to see you again today, sir. Welcome. Our distinguished friends, commissioners from neighboring states. We have the representative of the commissioner from Akwa Ibom on the digital economy. We have the immediate past commissioner from Edo State, commissioner for innovation and digital economy, science and technology from Edo State. You're welcome again, sir. We'll have our dear friend, Dr. Krishna of African Data Center. You're welcome, sir. The UniCloud MD, thank you for being here. The NCC team, the NITDA team, you're all welcome. My dear friend Uche Aniche, who has been powering the ecosystem in the South, you're welcome with your amiable wife. Please permit me at this point to stand on already established protocol, but I'd like to also just mention my two great friends, Mimshak and Daniel, who had been here since Saturday last week, really supporting all we're doing here today, grooming the startups who are going to be pitching here today. Thank you all so much for your support. Our distinguished speakers who we're going to be hearing from today, thank you. And our fantastic startups, the SMEs that are here, the students, the guests, everybody participating here today. You know, this is the 4th day of the Anambra Innovation Week. So it's actually exciting to still see that people are still turning up, even on the 4th day. It's not easy. A round of applause for yourselves, please. It's not easy. Showing up the 1, 2, 3, 4. We're almost there. This is 4 over 5 now. This is 4 over 5. So our keynote speaker, sir, you're welcome. So this is Anambra Innovation Week 2024, powered by our chief host, the governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, CFR, who is quite committed about building the innovation ecosystem in Anambra State. And the Solution Innovation District is the hosting office, which I oversee. So I'm really delighted. Me and my team, we are really happy to welcome all of you. So on Monday was the opening ceremony and the foundational conference, where we tried to bring everybody up to speed. Then on Tuesday, we had the startup at the career conference for young professionals and students, which happened here for undergraduates and young professionals, and across the state for secondary school students. The goal is to help them embrace technology early on, to see the career path and the career opportunities they have in the tech space. And yesterday, we had the Digital Transformation Conference for SMEs and government. So here was filled with civil servants, SMEs, and all of that, trying to see how to embrace technology and incorporate technology for productivity and for the SMEs to make more money. So that was what we focused on yesterday. And today, as you will see here, is a startup conference. So much of whom you will see, the audience today will be startups and SMEs. There is a battle for solution competition, which Mr. Governor had approved over 100 million naira for people to win. So that categories include the startups, both startups in Anambra and out of Anambra, students, secondary schools, researchers, MDAs, SMEs, inventors. So that competition has been ongoing every day. So today, during this conference, startups are going to also be pitching. They've been going through the process for the past 2 days, but they will pitch today. And finally, tomorrow, we'll be expecting Mr. Governor and everybody that has participated throughout the week. They're all going to be here tomorrow. They're going to receive their prizes, and Mr. Governor is going to be announcing major programs such as the 1 Million Anambra Digital Tribe, which is an ambitious program to upskill 1 million persons in Anambra State so that the SMEs will do businesses better and earn more money, and professionals or young professionals can actually find better opportunities, work remotely, or build startups. So the Anambra ecosystem is taking a shape, and over this week we've hosted NITDA, who engaged with our ecosystem yesterday, and then we also hosted the Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy 2 days ago, who also engaged the ecosystem on the e-governance bill that is forthcoming, to see that our ecosystem perspective is part of it. So, and in this hall, we have startups who had come from over 20 states in Nigeria to compete in the battle for solutions. So here we have people who are from Anambra and people who are not from Anambra State. And we have our audience actually joining us online. We have way more people joining online than the people in the hall. So thank you all very much for coming again today, and for having the staying power to this day. And our people will say, if I follow fu agugo. So it's just one more to go, and then we will wrap it up tomorrow. I really also invite all of you. I wish the GED will still be around tomorrow. So if you're around tomorrow, please, this is me inviting you again tomorrow. So thank you all so much. And our delectable host, Ife Aronu, is going to take it all from here. This is me just saying, welcome again, especially to those joining us for the first time today. Thank you.
Wow, I think that applause is not enough for the amazing cerebral special advisor to Mr. Governor, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, on innovation and business incubation, Ms. Chinwe Okoli. Please keep the applause going. Thank you, Ma. Thank you so much for the recap. Anyone who has not been here all this while has caught up with all that has been going on here. It's a lot. There is something for everyone. Do you agree with me? Is there something for everyone? Yes, and I believe that you're picking something. All right. So now we're moving on. And the next item on our lineup for today here at the Anambra Innovation Week is the keynote speech. And there is a way we introduce our speakers. I believe that our people are ready to tell us exactly who will be speaking to us shortly. And of course, the topic, I'll need to remind you what this topic is about. The keynote speech is on building resilient businesses and startups in Africa. Now, who is our keynote speaker? Please tell us. Keep the applause going as the representative of our keynote speaker comes for this very important presentation.
Thank you so much,
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on established protocol. I am standing in for the CEO of First Bank Nigeria Limited, Mr. Olusegun Alebiosu, who is unavoidably absent here today because First Bank is hosting the China-Africa Business Alliance Conference in Abuja, and he's the chief host. But he sends his warm greetings. So I'll be delivering his keynote speech. So I bring you goodwill from the board, management, and staff of First Bank, and I feel highly honored to be given the grand platform to address participants at the inaugural Anambra Innovation Week 2024. I thank His Excellency, Professor Charles Soludo, the Executive Governor of Anambra State, for this unique opportunity. I also commend the organizers of the Solution Innovation District for this flagship initiative that is certain to transform Anambra State into a hub for technology and creativity in Africa. A big congratulations to all the participants here present, entrepreneurs, innovators, policymakers, and other distinguished guests. Today, I have been asked to speak on the theme, Building Resilient Businesses and Startups in Africa. And I feel honored to represent First Bank and its heritage as a premier bank in West Africa and one of the most resilient institutions in Nigeria and Africa. We've got over 130 years experience in the industry, demonstrating our commitment to driving innovation and economic growth across the African continent. Africa is home to some of the world's fastest growing economies, with entrepreneurship and innovation at the core of driving the growth. However, we often talk louder about the adversities more than the African opportunity. To unpack the strategies for building resilient businesses, we must first understand what it means for a business to be defined as being resilient. Resilience in business involves the ability to adapt, pivot, and thrive in the face of challenges while consistently creating value. African businesses, particularly startups, navigate unique challenges such as inadequate access to ready and affordable finance, limited infrastructure, and regulatory complexities, to mention a few. Yet, these challenges are matched by extraordinary opportunities. The continent's demographic dividend, urbanization, growing consumer markets, and rapid digital technological transformation, which creates a very fertile ground for innovation and growth. Startups play a pivotal role in addressing societal needs as they contribute immensely to job creation and economic diversification. Particularly in Nigeria, Our startups are revolutionizing sectors like fintech, health tech, and agri-tech. However, their sustainability is hinged on access to other supportive ecosystems, including financial, technological, capacity building resources, amongst many others. According to Nairametrics, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, projected Nigeria's economy to expand by 3.2% in 2025, while inflation is estimated to drop to 25%. This underscores the role that social entrepreneurs, including startups, will play in actualizing this projection. The need for cultivating business resilience, hence, cannot be overemphasized. Some key factors of business resilience include: 1, financial prudence. A business that will stand the test of time must be able to make the best of its cash flow, maintaining a lean overhead or operational cost mindset, and of course, seek sustainable funding. 2, diversification. Most times, individuals are advised to ensure multiple streams of income, but even more importantly, business that will stay agile must expand their revenue streams to mitigate market risks. 3, adaptability. Big thanks to technology, as the operational climate of business changes, there are more opportunities for innovation through advancement of technology. And 4, talent development. Most businesses have grown to appreciate human capital and its importance in realizing the goals and objectives of the organization. Hence, it is expedient to invest in upskilling, training, talent acquisition, and mentorship programs to build a strong and formidable team. As Africa's bank of first choice, First Bank has been a consistent partner in fostering business resilience. We have supported over 2 million micro, small, and medium enterprises, championing initiatives that enhance access to finance, digital tools, and several other capacity building programs. Through our First SME, First Credit, and First Advanced products, we provide tailored financial solutions to empower individuals and entrepreneurs. First Bank has also been instrumental to empowering governments and corporations through financing, from advancing the first long-term loan to the colonial government in 1947 to granting the first ever loans to the citizens of the new independent Nigeria in 1960, thus blazing the trail of what has grown to become retail banking in Nigeria today. Additionally, First Bank has been at the forefront of driving major innovative solutions in the banking industry, leveraging cutting-edge technology to enhance customer experience. A very significant example being the introduction of our fully automated digital experience centers across strategic locations in Nigeria. These digital innovation through DXCs offer contactless, paperless services with features such as humanoid robots that assist customers with their transactions, AI-powered video banking, and self-service kiosks that allow customers to perform various tasks independently. This is the first of its kind in Nigeria. Another feat by First Bank is its recently concluded FinTech Summit 6.0, which brought together industry leaders to explore advancements in financial technology, and one of the key highlights was the FinTech Innovators Pitch Program, where the top 3 innovators, NearSwipe Limited, Middleman, and Esusu Africa Limited, walked home with 10 million naira, 7.5 million naira, and 5 million naira, respectively, in cash prizes. This is aimed at empowering them to bring their solutions to the market, and it further highlights the bank's commitment to supporting financial technology and innovation across the continent. Finally, resilient startups and businesses are not created in isolation. They require ecosystems that provide education, funding, mentorship, and collaboration with policymakers to create a supportive environment. As highlighted by global and local initiatives, such as the African Economic Transformation Frameworks, partnerships between governments, private institutions, and the international community are critical to driving this. And First Bank is fully committed to being a strategic ally. Together, we can equip entrepreneurs with the tools to navigate challenges, foster innovation through strategic investments in technology and infrastructure, and empower communities to unlock their full economic potential. The journey towards building resilient businesses in Africa is both a challenge and an opportunity. Anambra State has taken a bold step with this Innovation Week, and First Bank is here to walk this path with you. By aligning our efforts, we can create an ecosystem where startups thrive, businesses grow, and communities prosper. Thank you for hearing. Olusegun Alebiosu, CEO.
Thank you so much. The Managing Director and CEO of First Bank PLC, ably represented by Dr. Nemeka Eje, Group Executive, First Bank of Nigeria Limited. Please, another resounding applause. Thank you so much, sir, for this very riveting presentation. Now, I would like to ask everyone, I hope you were taking notes. I hope that you were able to note a few things. Now, there was something that struck me. He talked about the ideal combination of how resilient startups can be built. Did you hear him mention education? Did you hear that? Oh my, I need to hear your response now. Did you hear education, that education is important? And now it's not just about going to school. It's about beyond school, staying educated about what you're going to meet. And of course, funding, mentorship, and collaboration. And you find that a combination of all this is why we are here at the Anambra Innovation Week. Because there is opportunity for education. That is why we are learning now. There is funding available for the startups. I hope you know that. And there is also mentorship available at the Solution Innovation District and collaboration amongst ourselves. I think that the Anambra State government deserves a resounding applause for thinking this through. Wow. Okay. Before we move on to the next presentation, I think that the room is a bit dull. Can we stand to our feet for healthy living time, healthy living moments? Let's take a healthy living break now, please. It's very important. It's not yet time, but it's necessary. Thank you so much. Are you good to go? All right, DJ, help us. I'll just do a few. Stretch, 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 stretch. Please don't hit your neighbor. Try not to. Try not to. But if it's not moving, you can hit the person and say, yeah. All right. Okay, so now let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Both hands, both hands.
Since 1947.
Now let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
You be what I be get to. Masability lo ya walenu. Better recognize. Greatest of all time. No one that then they go call mine. As I they shanty them now.
I can hear the cracks. Oh my. Okay, the leg needs something. Let's shake it. Shake it up. Shake it up. Shake it up. Yes. Now, this does something to your brain. Just do this. Yes.
Now you know. If you know, you know. The big ballers in town.
Then shake it up.
Now you know. Now you know.
All right. Okay, do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing. Yes, freestyle.
Ballin'. Premium or not. Now you know.
Yes.
Now you know.
Healthy living. That's the way to go. Yes. You can see what our deputy chief of staff, he's doing it the right way. Take it up. That's the spirit. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now, what we just did aligns with the vision and objective of the Healthy Living with Dr. Nonye Soludo. Dr. Nonye Soludo is the wife of the governor of Anambra State, and Mama Anambra, she is our mother. And she is leading the campaign for us to stay healthy and active. And that is very important for techies, because I know that some people have been sitting here even before we started with their laptops working, and they don't get up. But for every 1 hour you're seated, you must stand up and shake your body. That is the way to go. Thank you so much for being part of the Healthy Living Fitness Break. Are you ready for the next presentation? I need to know that you're ready. Are you ready? If you're ready, shout it loud and clear. Are you ready for this? Thank you very much for your response. Now, we will be having a focus talk. And the focus of this talk is the use and the future of tech in Africa. We will be looking at the actions and impact. And in just a moment, we will find out who this esteemed speaker is. Let us make this discovery together. Please, let's keep the applause going. Sustain, sustain. Thank you very much. I think our speaker is being represented, but that's still okay. Let's keep it going. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to get some energy in the house. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, because I know that I would say that 90 to 95% of those who are here, they are young people. And if I'm to take the average age, I'm sure they're not more than between 25 and 28 years. Don't mind us. We are already the other side. Thank you very much. My name is Aristotle Onomo. I'm actually representing Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, who is the Director General, the National Information Technology Development Agency, the technology powerhouse of Nigeria. So I'll be taking through his speech and also be introducing, as we make progress, my own perspectives as we go through the speech I'm presenting. Thank you very much. And the topic says the youth and the future of tech in Africa, action and impact. Now, having said that, I want to stand on the existing protocol as I proceed to present the speech of the Director General. May the peace and blessings be unto every one of us. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm super excited to be here, and indeed, I consider it an honor to address you on a topic that holds immense significance for Africa, for Nigeria, and for the Anambra in particular, the youth and future of tech in Africa, action and impact. Currently, as we stand at the intersection of unparalleled technology advancement and the youth demographic dividend, Africa as a whole has an unprecedented opportunity to shape its destiny and lead the global tech revolution. At the moment, Africa can boast as the youngest population in the world, as over 60% of the 1.5 billion population of Africa is between the ages, or is less than, just between the ages of 0 and that of 25. And by 2050, according to statistics, Africa will be hosting 1/3 of the youth population across the entire continent. This demographic advantage, then coupled with technology, positions Africa as the potential epicenter in innovation and entrepreneurship. Now, the same demographic explanation is applicable to the Anambra State as a whole. Anambra State is being projected to be, the population to be between 5.5 to 5.8 million. And if you are to take the average, according to the NBS, if you are to have the youth, 60 to 65% of the population to be youth, it means that between 3.1 to 3.8 of the population of the Anambra State will be seen to be the youthful population. Now, what does that tell us? It is referred to as the largest factor endowment any setup, any country, or any state could have. Now, that shows us what we refer to as the yet factor. And the yet factor speaks about, number one, the youthful bulge of the state, the entrepreneurship spirit of the state, and also the technological advancement we are seeing that is going on globally. And such yet factor remains economic advantage an indispensable component of digital transformation and ecosystem development. The power of tech cannot be underestimated. Globally, the tech industry has demonstrated its ability to transform economies. In Africa, for instance, the digital economy is projected to reach close to about 712 billion by the year 2050, which is a marked increase from what had been projected to be about $180 billion for the year 2025. The growth, as we have seen, will be largely driven by the tech-savvy youths who are not only consumers of tech, but also creators of digital solutions. Now, let's take a look at the landscape. Let's take a look at also the challenges and the opportunities that we also have. As we all know that African youths at the moment are taking the lead, making strides in technology. We know examples of some of our youth startups that are making Africa proud, that have changed the narrative, that have changed even the global landscape when it comes to the fintech industry. We have people like the Flutter Waves. We have the people like a lot of them in that industry who has actually changed the narrative and who are also changing the story and making Nigeria proud. We have the Andela, for instance, who is also leading in that pack in the own swell. Now, beyond Africa, we also have, services like the M-Pesa in Kenya that also giving a new story of what digital technology is able to do. These initiatives ended up creating more jobs, improving access, and helping, people to deliver services in a more sustainable way, in a more easy way, and in fostering economic inclusion as well. Across the continent, we also know that the young people are already making significant strides. Nigeria, for instance, had produced globally recognized startups, and they are still producing. Majority of the startups, especially for those who has had the mark of a global recognition in Africa, are always Nigerians. They are using various technology, such as the AI. The young people are talking about what they are studying yesterday and what AI can do. They're also using technologies such as blockchain and other emerging technologies to transform the industry, transform services, and also enhance service delivery. We know platforms such as FarmCrowd that are doing very great things in the area of agriculture. We know a lot of startups are also doing a lot of stuffs in the area of health. With more than 60% of Africans relying on agriculture, you discover that any startup in the area of agriculture will make a very significant stride in terms of reimagining how services are delivered in agri sector. I want to share with us some of the examples of the young people just to inspire you to know that the spirit of I can, which is the Nigerian spirit and which is the spirit behind the yet factor, can also stir you up even today to be able to do something that could change the narrative of your community, that could change the narrative of your own environment. We know about Ezra Olubi and that of Shola Akinlade, who are the co-founders of Paystack, what that solution has done to Africa as a whole. Now, that self-payment platform has helped to revolutionize how services are delivered in the area of the fintech sector. We also know about the co-founder of Flutter Waves. That's Iyoluwa Aboyeji, who is also the co-founder of Andela. They have been so much instrumental in placing Nigeria in the global map. Now, that should be an inspiration for those of us who are here, because they just started, just like that. But today, the valuation of Flutter Wave alone, I'm telling you, if you combine the entire budget of the Southeast, it may not be up to the valuation of Flutter Wave, just one single company. If you combine the budgets of the entire five states in the Southeast, it may not be up to the valuation of that of Flutter Waves. If you combine the budgets, less than $3 billion, and that of Flutter Waves is almost about $3 billion and above. We also have, in the game industry, we have Tunde Onokoya, who has shown innovative and compassion change, and how innovation and compassion can change lives and can also help to change the mind of the people and unlock countless potentials from young Nigerians. This is what thinking can do, and this is what idea can do. And you have all of them lying in you. Let the angel in you fly. We also have Timigiwa Tubosu, who is also the founder of LifeBank, who has used technology to transform healthcare delivery system in Nigeria by using LifeBank, using digital tool to collect blood banks with hospitals in urgent need. We also have people like Onyeka Akuma, the founder of Farm Crowdy, who has also played a very key role in shaping the service industry within the agricultural sector. Even with all this, they were able to navigate the challenges. Some of those challenges we are seeing today, or we are encountering as we make progress in your endeavor, these guys have also gone through that, and they also surmounted those challenges. And what are those challenges? Number one, platform. I'm going to summarize those challenges in 4 Ps. Number one is the platform, which includes both the digital infrastructure and also service infrastructure, including access. At present, internet access is a very big problem, and which is the fundamental fulcrum upon which digital technologies are also built and services are delivered. Africa as a whole have less than 50% coverage in terms of average. Not talking about Nigeria. Nigeria itself, the penetration is less than 50%, and both are less than global average. And that poses a very big challenge, even for those of them who may be in the industry. And that's a very something that we also need to look into. We also have the people. Now, the skill gap becomes a fundamental issue. The right skill that will be able to be used to deliver on the right kind of services and right kind of products is still lacking, whether it is in Africa or whether it is also in Nigeria. And that's why I want to salute what the Anambra State, the digital tribe also is doing, and trying to equip the people, improve the skill of the people, and ensure that they have the right kind of skill to participate and take advantage of what digital technologies can offer. We also have the issue of funding. We all know that funding is an issue, especially attracting funding from investors. Only just about 1% of the entire global funding in the entire global funding comes to Africa. And within that context also, Nigeria receives close about 60 to 70% of that funding. Again, within the context of that funding, 60% of that particular funding goes to only one state in Nigeria. And that's why this is the time for the young people in Anambra State to rise up, to take a share of the global funding that comes into the startup community. Policy is another issue. You know, you want to realize that the fintech industry began to boom just by one single policy that came into place. And that was when the cashless policy was announced. Immediately the cashless policy came into place, it transformed the entire landscape of the startup industry and also the fintech industry. That shows you what the power of the right kind of policy can do within a moment. Now, another policy that has come into place, which is the Nigerian Startup Act, is already in place. And that's why young people are to take advantage of that act so that you can be profiled, you can be labeled, and also can benefit from the incentives that the federal government is providing through the Startup Act itself. It's available. You need to go and register as a startup and be labeled as a startup so they can now be able to benefit, have access, and take advantage of some of the services that federal government provides through the startup. Another thing is the process. Now, we must change our orientation. Our understanding about what startup is must change. Our understanding about service delivery has to change. If we would continue to do the same way we have been doing before, thinking the same way we have been thinking before, then their delivery are going to be subjected to the same way we have been thinking. And that's why we want to say, there must be a cultural shift in the way we interact, in the way we associate, and even the way we do our things, so that we can have the right kind of processes that will eventually lead us to have the right kind of output. What do we need to do if we are really going to move on and get a brighter future for a digital Africa? We must fully harness the youth potentials in driving African technological transformation. And the following is what we need to do, both as a government and also the private people. Number one is to invest in digital infrastructure. There should be a massive investment in the area of digital infrastructure, especially to reach out to the underserved. I was happy when I heard what Anambra State is doing, especially in the area trying to lay fiber in the underserved and the rural areas, so that we can have all-inclusive coverage when it comes to the issue of access. Access is a very key imperative if we are really going to ensure that we digitally transform our society and ensure that everyone, young and old, everyone, whether in the rural area or in the urban area, have access to digital services that government itself is providing. Another thing is also to enhance education and skill development. Our institutions must begin to recalibrate. Time has gone when we'll be teaching COBOL and Fortran in schools. That is expired when we'll be teaching Visual Basic. That time is gone. Now you have access both to open softwares that could help you to change issues, change narrative, and change processes and make it much more better. Education and skill development is very critical, and we have to invest seriously in it. Our curriculum also has to be changed. We as an agency are doing quite a lot of things in trying to ensure that the curriculum, both primary and secondary, reflects the modern curriculum that actually will empower young people to be digitally literate at the end of their basic education. That particular process is ongoing, and the Ministry of Education has already adopted that curriculum, and some universities also has accepted the curriculum to change the GST that we have normally in our universities to begin to introduce digital literacy as a subject. So that at the end of the day, by the time a child finishes his primary or secondary school, he will have been skilled enough to participate and take active participation within the digital economy itself. Now, we also need to improve on promote inclusive policies. Now, co-creation in terms of policy development is an imperative. It's something that we cannot take for granted. And that was the model that was adopted in delivering and coming up with the Nigerian Startup Act. Now, we meet the stakeholders, you discuss with them, and agree with them on what their challenges are and what policy could help them to do. So what we do as an agency is that we are inclined to what we refer to as developmental regulation. That means a regulation that enhances market, a regulation that creates new markets, and a regulation that enhances effective service delivery. Now, having said that, what is the role of NIDA in doing all this? The role of NIDA in the future of tech ecosystem, number one, is encapsulated in our strategic roadmap and action plan. I'm going to be quick on this. Now, you can check out that in our website. Is there, but I'm going to just be quick. Now, this roadmap is actually the roadmap itself is divided or encapsulated in 8 different strands. Now, these strategic pillars are the point of excellence. Number one is that of digital literacy. Digital literacy is very fundamental. If we're really going to make progress within the entire digital economic community, then digital literacy is indispensable. And what are we doing? In this particular strand, we hope to ensure that 70% of Nigerians are digitally literate by the year 2027. And what programs do we have? We're already partnering with NYSC to train what we refer to as digital literacy champion. Presently, we are in 12 states of the Federation and in 72 local government areas, because we believe that NYSC is spread across the entire nation. And if we train 80 digital literacy champions in each of these local governments, they are able to go into the hinterlands, into the local government areas, and train young people, and train the local people, and train those who are selling tomato, those who are selling granite, and those who are selling different things, so that they also will be digitally literate. And we believe that when they are digitally literate, they will be able to participate actively within the digital economy and be able to have access to whatever government is providing as a digital service. We are not stopping at that. We are also working with the Ministry of Education, both in the state and the federal, to ensure that the curriculum of primary and secondary school are changed and digital literacy is also adopted. We are also working with the universities. Presently, we have launched in the University of Nasarawa State University, where the normal GST, now we introduce digital literacy curriculum in the normal GST course. So at the end of the day, when you are finishing, Cisco is already giving you a certified digital literacy certificate. So that's the program we have in terms of trying to educate, in terms of trying to teach, and trying to intend the area of digital literacy. I'm sure you must have heard about the 3MTT. 3MTT, we are trying to build like 3 million talents by the year 2027. And we believe that if we do that, we are going to empower Nigeria and make Nigeria a kind of a digital hub for Africa itself. I believe that Anambra State will take advantage of all these programs. Again, we are also building a robust technology research ecosystem. In this case now, we have the target to ensure that we have six center of excellence in terms of in terms of emerging technologies, because we want to enhance and elevate the ranking of Nigeria from 0 to that of 25th percentile by the year 2027. That's what we want to achieve. We are also trying to strengthen our policy implementation and legal framework. We are also doing that by also developing regulations for digital public infrastructure and also public key infrastructure. We are promoting inclusive access to digital infrastructure. We are building data learning centers, about 444, 9 each in the next 3 years across the 36 states of Federation, Anambra State inclusive. We are also nurturing an innovative entrepreneurial ecosystem. Yes. Now that helps us because we want to ensure effective implementation of Nigeria Startup Act. Now you can have a look of this particular plan in our website. Now, a call to action. In closing, I urge every young person here today to take advantage of the opportunity before you. Embrace technology, not just as users, but as creators and as leaders. Look for gaps in your community and think about how technology can provide solutions. To our partners, let's continue to work together in empowering this generation, creating an environment where African youth can dream, innovate, and impact the world. The future of African digital economy is bright, but it requires a concerted effort to realize. Together, let us make Africa a global leader in technology and innovation. The time for action is now, and the impact will shape the destiny of our continent for generations to come. I therefore want to call everyone, young and old, partners, collaborators, let's join hands together and make Nigeria a digital country that will reflect and that will shape a digital Africa. On that note, I say thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, sir.
What a very insightful focus talk delivered by Dr. Aristotle Onwoma, representing the man who sits at the NITDA, the Director General and CEO of the National Information Technology Development Agency, the man who navigates affairs at NITDA, Kashifu Inuwa Abdullahi. We thank you so much, Dr. Aristotle. When Aristotle speaks, you know, right? Yes, and you got the vibe. And we are very grateful for your presentation. While he was speaking, some very important people walked in, and they are seated next to you. Welcome them. Look to your left and to your right. Welcome your neighbor. You are the important people because this program is happening because of you. Thank them for coming in. I can hear you saying something to your neighbor. Just welcome the next person. Say, welcome to this program. Thank you so much for being here today. The room is fuller. And it's such a good time to welcome the representative of Mr. Governor, who will be speaking to us very briefly before he runs to talk to us about one or two things we should know to set the focus right, because focus is very key in an event like this. Join me as I make welcome the Deputy Chief of Staff and Chief of Protocol to Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, the Solution Governor of Anambra State. Are you giving an applause? Is that from Mr. Chinedu Moye Glamour? Please make it resounding. Thank you, sir, for being here with us.
Good afternoon, all. So permit me to stand on existing protocol. I want to thank you all and welcome you to Anambra State. Anambra State is the citadel of tech and digital skills. Put your hands together for Solution Governor. Today, I want to sincerely appreciate Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Innovation and Business Incubation, Ms. Chinwe Okoli, a wonderful person. Chinwe has, with the directives of Mr. Governor and support, Chinwe has done wonderfully well in SID. Chinwe, thank you so much. I want to just give us snippets of what Mr. Governor has done in the area of tech. Our governor always say, technology, everything technology, and technology everywhere. And I also want SID to imbibe it. I know you have how you greet yourselves. SID solution is here. So I also want you to borrow this from Mr. Governor, everything technology and technology everywhere. I was to come earlier, but because Mr. Governor called a meeting discussing how to make everything about our revenue in Anambra State to be digital. So that's the meeting that is going on. I want to let you know how much Mr. Governor wants everything to be technology and technology everywhere. So snippets of what he has done, which has earned us membership of International Association of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation. Anambra State, our own SID, is a member that gives us access to over 400 innovation districts and science parks around the world. Over 13 hectares of land has been mapped out and construction is ongoing for Solution Innovation District, our own Silicon Valley in Anambra State. We'll still expand more once we move to the new government house. The old government house will be added to the Innovation District. In Anambra State, Mr. Governor has deployed over 4,000 laptops to the teachers, principals, head teachers, civil servants, and public servants. Mr. Governor has trained through SID over 25,000 in the Anambra and people residing within Anambra. One thing about Mr. Governor is that he does not discriminate. Our free education is for every child. If you go to our neighboring states, Enugu State, during the school hours, you see children coming from that place to come to Anambra State in the morning for studies because education is free. After the school, you see them trooping back to their states, courtesy of what Mr. Governor has done. In Anambra State, education from nursery to SS3 is free, 100% free. Mr. Governor is putting up smart school in every local government. Smart school in every local government. We have over 2,000 kilometer fiber optics across the local government. In health sector, in Anambra State, we have what we call telemedicine, where we use technology to reach to the doctor. So every patient in Anambra State has access to a doctor wherever you are, courtesy of Mr. Solution. What else do we want to say about what Mr. Governor has done in the area of tech? As you can see, what we have attracted in this Innovation Week. By tomorrow, Mr. Governor will be here himself to give us details of so many other things he has done. In our land ministry, we have GIS, we have digitalized land registration in Anambra State. Solution is here in Anambra State. Thank you for coming. Thanks and God bless you all.
Thank you so much to the Deputy Chief of Staff, to Mr. Governor, and the Chief of Protocol. Please, let's appreciate him one more time. Thank you. A lot has been done. A lot is ongoing, and a lot more will still be done. Because indeed, solution is... I didn't hear you say that. Because indeed, solution is... Absolutely. And we are part of the solution. All right. We're moving on to the next focus talk. The good thing about what is going on here, the best part of it, is that you can actually probe some of the things you hear our speakers say on stage. We're live streaming now on SID social media platforms. That's Solution Innovation District. You can just look through your social media, search for Solution Innovation District. Make sure you are following the pages on social media. How many of us are following SID on socials? You're following. Okay. Can you see the live stream? Let's just do a quick check. Can you see it? We're live streaming, so you can actually put your probe. What I mean by probe is just in case you have a question, you have something, you can put it there because we're moving quickly for want of time. And that also goes to our virtual audiences from across the world. Thank you so much for joining us as we move on. This is day 4 of the Anambra Innovation Week. Please let us know where you've joined us from. And if you have any question or contribution or suggestion, you can put it in the comment box. We would like to read out, soon enough I'll be reading out some of the questions, contributions, just so that we are aware that everyone else is watching. It's actually robust. I've checked online and a lot is going on. Are you ready for the next presentation? The next focus talk, rather? You're ready, right? Or do you need a short time to put yourself in check? I think we are ready. We are good to go. And then I would also like you to know that taking notes is very key. Keep taking notes because from all that you're writing, you can put up more social media posts to share your learnings with your friends. Now, the next on our lineup is a focus talk, and the focus this time is navigating Nigeria's funding landscape for startups. Navigating Nigeria's funding landscape for startups. Behold the speaker. Behold the speaker.
Dr. Badebo Adenrele is the Managing Director of Investment Banking at United Capital PLC, a leading financial and investment services group based in Lagos, Nigeria, with offices in Accra, Ghana, and Abidjan, Ivory Coast. With over 20 years of experience in investment banking, Dr. Adenrele has been instrumental in providing financing and advisory services to major corporations such as Dangote Group, MTN, UBA, GT Bank, Zenith Bank, and NNPCL, as well as governments across Nigeria and Africa. His expertise spans capital markets, project finance, mergers and acquisitions, and restructuring deals across diverse sectors.
Keep the applause going as our speaker, Dr. Badebo Adenrele, takes the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And to the organizers of the program, well done. I think that before I get started, I want to acknowledge the fact that this is a very well put together Innovation Week. And when Ms. Chinwe had reached out on this, I thought it was a very, very laudable initiative for the state. I was here last year during the Investment Summit, and it's good to be back here again this year. But we'll put together a few slides. Before I get into those slides, I think I also realized that I should make mention of something. I think the Anambra State anthem is a very, very good one. I liked the feeling I had last year when I came, and I like the feeling when it was played again before we started today. And there's a way it can also can engender a lot of emotions, I reckon, from the indigenous and even from other people that I think the lyrics are good, and it just does very well. But to add to what has been said all through today, and I apologize, I know that I should be resting on existing protocols, so please allow me to stay with existing protocols. We'll put together a few slides to talk about funding for startups. I think the speakers have done very well in laying a lot of foundation for what I'm going to say next. So if you just move to the next slide. So just quickly, because, and I reckon that you can see this on all the screens as well. And I'll move here so that, you know, that I don't block anyone so much. So a few things to talk about startups, right? Product development, market expansion, operational efficiency, talent acquisition. These are critical for any startup business, and we just highlighted this to start this discussion. And it's really about funding, right? But funding is what propels all the ideas you have. However, you need to have the products, you need to have the market. The business itself, its efficiency needs to be improved from wherever you start up from consistently until you get the highest or the most optimal level of efficiency. And there need to be people, the people that have started this startup, the partners you have. These are critical components for any startup. And I'm speaking to this from the point of view of a funder, of a financier, right? And these are some of the key things that people that finance, that provide money and provide funds for companies do. Next slide, please. Or is there something I can use to scroll? And I'll be quick about this. A few things. What are the things that drive startup growth and the opportunity? What is Nigeria's innovation hub space? How is that evolving, right? And that's part of what we are doing here now. Hub of Africa's startup revolution, and then overcoming funding challenges to drive growth. These are some of the themes that we've seen around the rapidly growing startup culture. And as you can see, funding is a major part of all of this. Next slide, please. And we'll speak to two key bits around this. So business incubators and accelerators. Business incubators are always very important for stimulating those with these ideas. They help them to get things started at a very early stage. And then the accelerators take a bit more further down the life cycle, so to speak. And there are pros and cons for both business incubators and accelerators. A number of business incubators will only support what the startups are looking at doing. And you can say that what SID is doing is a mix of both, right? Doing some business incubation, and further down the line, we'll do some acceleration as well. And but at the early stages, most business incubators don't have ownership in the companies, right? But accelerators, further down the line, have some level of ownership. So it's important for you that are looking to set up these startups or already have your startups, right? To put this in mind to say, which business incubators can you take advantage of? SID is one of those as well, in my view, and I can say it's a hybrid and also has some acceleration functions as well. And then the accelerators as well, what are the opportunities there? Because there are pros to this, a few cons, but most of the cons are things for the founders to take note of, especially how much equity are you giving out, and we'll come to some of those later on. How much ownership are we giving up? Next slide, please. So the number of, can we go down the next slide? Let's go down to almost the end of the slide. We'll come back to this. I think you're using a different version, but we'll come back to this. Can you go next slide? We'll come back to all of this. I just want to speak to something very quickly. Next slide, next slide. And after this, you can stop here. All right. So this this is just to speak to how companies grow in their life cycle. You can see the very first stage is a startup stage. And what is really that startup? You have an idea, and you know there's an unmet need for some business ideas in the market. And you can get funding from family or friends, crowd funding, bootstrapping. The young growth stage, which is the second stage, right? This business ideas has been converted to revenues and earnings. So there's already a business already, and that is already growing already. You can get funding from seed fund providers, angel investors, venture capital, early stage funders, right? At the next stage, you can see high growth. This young growth, this startup has moved from startup to young growth to high growth stage, right? And at this point, the business is converting the potential into revenue much faster. The first line up there is actually the revenue. The second line is actually the earnings. So after the revenue, you know, costs have been taken out to come to the earnings. You can see revenues are increasing very early, in the early startup, right? The revenues, actually, by the time you do some, in the very early startup, there's a loss, actually, and that's normal. In the first few stages of your business, you may not break even. But as you grow, you can see revenues are going up, and revenue is the monies you collect first, right? The monies that the company is making. After you take out costs, the profits, or what we call earnings, right? And you can see this growing all the way. And this is just to show the life cycle of an average company. It's important for startups to know, and it's important for early stage companies to know. The type of investors you have will differ along the line. As you grow, your investor universe will start growing, right? As long as you're doing the right things. Some of those things we'll talk about very quickly. But just to say that you need to be mindful as you go and you get to high stage, for example, the kind of investors you'll be looking at are venture capital, private equity, private debt, bank funding, and those are people that are able to fund, or those are institutions, they're able to fund those companies. But technology has done something over the last 10, 15 years. The pace at which companies can move from stage 1, this early startup stage, to stage 3, stage 4, has shortened. And that's the power of technology. The representative from NIDA spoke a lot about technology, and I thought that was very good. And technology is not only linked to only fintechs. Like we have said here, agri-tech, health tech, every sector can be powered by technology. AI, a lot is moving. In this day, you must understand something around AI. You must see how you can incorporate AI into your business. The way internet has been in the last 20 years or 30 years is the way AI will revolutionize everything about business going forward. But we can go back to the early slides now. I think I just wanted to quickly show this. It's important to have this in mind so that as I speak to some of the different investors, I think we're here. So angel investors, what are they looking at? They have their risk appetite, the seed funding support. They provide very early funding. You know, angel investors, as the name connotes, right? They're really long-term, right? They're there to support you. They provide mentorship and network access. And, you know, why should you be targeting them? You know, flexible funding, the terms are not as rigid, right? And they give you very early stage support. They can give mentorship and personalized guidance to the founders, to the founders and the founders team, right? Next slide, please. And venture capital, private equity fund, these are sources of funds that come further down the line. And like I showed on the life cycle stage that I showed, it's very important that at every stage of funding, right, for a startup, you must ensure that you are able to attract funding, use the funding well. As you use the funding well to grow the business, a lot of other investors are looking at you, even if they're not aware of your business at that point. By the time you are reaching them, you are showing them what you have been able to achieve. First, from the funding you started with. It could be your funding, it could be your family and friends, it could be different strategies you use to do your early funding. The next level of funders always want to see what has been done in the initial phase. And that helps you to unlock a lot more money to come in, a lot more funding for the business. So private equity and venture capital funds, larger funds, you have them, a number of them. domestic, a lot are present in Nigeria, and a lot of them are more global. And there are a lot of global private equity and venture capital funds who have focused on on funding Nigerian, African startups, African businesses, because of the business opportunities that those businesses are solving, or business problems, or I think problems that those companies are solving. Next slide, please. So in terms of capital raise via the capital market, I think this is a bit further down the line, but it's just important when we're talking about financing to say, as you grow, right, from the early startup to venture capital, private equity, further down the line, you see funding is taken from the capital market, where, you know, funding for businesses and government, for economic growth, for liquidity and resource allocation. This is just to complete the picture, perhaps not the most important for early startup companies now, but it's important you also know, because like we said, very quickly, a lot of companies will grow from early startup to very more mature business, and they'll start having larger contributions into the economy and being able to attract funding from the capital markets, the stock markets, either from equity or debt market, from commercial papers and bonds that are being raised. Next slide, please. So how do investors think? If you're running a business, you're about to start a business, you need to understand how investors think. This does not say all that. This is not all encompassing. It's not exhaustive, but it speaks to the critical things that investors, whether the high net worth individual, the angel investors, the more institutionalized private equity, private debts, or banks, this is what they look at. They want to have a view around who are your target investors. So who are you looking at to invest in you? What are the investment terms that you are considering? Then they will come with their own. It's always important as a company to say, these are the terms that I'm looking at. I want to raise some money. We need 500 million for digital infrastructure. We need, and this is what we're offering for it. You will need to get advice on that, but it's important to have your investment terms, right? Now, an investor wants to know, if I invest, how am I going to exit? Are you going to pay me back sometime in future? Are you going to pay me back every year? Are you going to pay me back every 6 months? What's the plan around this? Or am I just an equity investor where I have ownership and I'll get paid when another investor comes in and buys out my investments? So there needs to be a view around how the investor is going to come out. He's going to leave that investment. And some may be longer term, some are shorter term and medium term. What are the potential returns? There are ways of calculating returns. As you know, monies have to be spent by investors in places where they can get returns for those monies. A number of investors, the monies they're investing are not just their own. It's a combination of their money and other people's money or other institutions' money. So they want to have a sense of what are the returns? How profitable is this business? At the end of the day, that is what is most important. You noticed the life cycle map that I showed earlier, right? You need to be able to show that over time, the business is going to get more profitable. And that's where your business strategy is very important, how that evolves, right? And what are you looking at? And lastly, but not the least, right, is what will the future valuation of the company be? So we're looking at, say, very early stage business. The most common is for you to give equity or some convertible debt. That is convertible. Equity means ownership. In finance, in funding, equity means ownership. So if you start a business now, you own 100%, right? You want another person to bring funding for you, another company to fund you. Perhaps they give you some fund, you give them 30%, you still own 70%, but they own 30%. Or you give 20%, you still own 80%. But what is important for the person that is bringing that funding, $200 million or 20 billion naira or whatever amount, right, is to say, what is the valuation of this company? If this company is 100 million naira in value, and I'm bringing in, for simplicity, I'm bringing in 10 million. That means I'm holding 10%. That's 10% equity, 10% ownership. These are very important metrics for investors to have a sense around Is this value appropriate? Is this the correct valuation? There's a process to doing that, and investors want to know all of this, right? Some other questions they want to know are, who are the other people that have funded you? How have you repaid them? How have those people, how have those investors made returns? Or what kind of returns have they earned in the past, right? So next slide, please. So just speaking about the landscape from a funding perspective, just a number of players in the funding space. Investment banks, yes, but maybe I'll just replace that with financiers or financial advisors. It could be any form of people that are advising in different ways. The issuers are the companies that are coming to raise money. The startups, not the early stage companies, the older companies, the companies that are issuing securities. What is being issued is normally called a security. So you issue a debt note, you issue an equity note, or you issue your equity to investors. Now, the investors are the universe of players that we are looking to invest in our business. Regulators are critically important. Sometimes they are regulators, sometimes they are facilitators, but authorities are responsible for maintaining integrity and transparency in the sector, in the capital market, and even in the sector where these companies are raising. And then you have stock markets for more established funding space. Now, we just wanted to give a quick look at some of the startups that raised money in 2023. This does not include some startups that have raised money in 2024, like Money Point, even Move has raised money, Piggyvest has also raised. So this just shows Temil, One Pipe, Fair Money, Traction, Remedial Health, Number, Ilium Health, Lemphis, Sabi, and Move. And this is a combination of different startups, right? In some of them, as United Capital, we supported them somewhere along the line. But just to say that this is 2023, the 2024 slide was probably in another updated slide, but again, I can speak to it here. Next slide, please. Now, very important to say, the journey of capital raising requires a number of things, right? On the side of the company, right, or from an investor side, they want to do legal diligence. They want to see your documentation. You must be properly incorporated. You need some lawyers or legal advice to ensure that you have the right documents. Investors want to see that, right? Financial statements, tax review, and diligence. For more established companies, they want to see, have you paid your taxes as applicable? Do you have tax waivers? How are your documents complete, right? And even if they're not, they want to know the extent of what it is. And then they want to understand your business model. They want to see, what does this business do? How do you make money? As founders, a lot of founders have the business model in their heads. That's fine. You need to be able to put it down in a way that you can share with investors. They would understand what you're doing before they fund you. Human resource are the people that work with you, the people that work in these companies. What's the kind of organogram you have? What's the staff strength? What's the plan around staff strength, right? Commercial due diligence to say you're delivering a service. Who are your competitors? What's the competitive environment? The pricing you're getting, is it sustainable pricing? These are things that ensure that investors can see that the business is viable. Or sometimes they're able to spot things and see how they can also support. Due diligence on the founders and management team. So you started a startup, you started this business. They will go to do some background check on you. They want to know a lot about you. They want to ensure they're not backing anybody with backgrounds, questionable backgrounds, because that has impact on them. That's why it's very important as you're starting a business or as you've built a business, the people you partner with, you also have to check and do a background check on them. These are important things. You may not seem clear that on the surface that investors do this, but investors always do this. Financiers always do this. Do a background check on you. Now, you as the company, as the founders, as the promoters of the company, you also have to check your investors. Not everybody that comes and says they want to provide funding to you, should you just accept the funding? You want to ensure the funding, the people, you want to check the background of those also providing funding to you. You don't want questionable funds, because that will impact you negatively going forward, right? Either from a regulatory perspective or even other financiers. Nobody wants to take money that is ill-gotten wealth. So what would you be looking at? These investors that you're looking at, what's the stage of focus? At what stage do they normally invest? Look at other companies they've invested. Have they invested in early stage, growth stage? Just to have a sense, do they understand this stage of business? Because if you have someone that, invests in late stage or more mature business, he may not have the patience for early stage growth. And then potential investors, what sector are they focused on? There are some investors who have some particular sectors. Some who have, we invest in healthcare. Some we invest in consumer goods. We invest in financial services, fintechs. We invest in agri-tech. Or we are sector agnostic. We are just looking for a good business. Or some will say we invest in businesses that are mainly led by women because they're looking for impact. Or they have different key things they're looking at that they invest in. Investors' credibility and reputation, I spoke about that earlier. Very important, their credibility. And then what is their target return, right? So what time are they looking to exit? Some investors will say, we're looking at 5 years. We can give an additional 2 years after that. Or we have another 7 years. So you have to have a sense so that you're not, as a founder or as a key person in the business, you're not under undue pressure when it's time for these investors to exit, because they need to exit according to their own governance. Now, you also ask a few questions. Look at the past investments they've done. Who are those that they've invested in? Are they founder-friendly? Ask some of the founders that they've worked with, because investing in very early stage investments, there's some need for support, patience. The way they've treated some other companies that they've invested in would give you a sense to say, is this a company, or is this an investor I would like to bring onto my books? Then are the potential investors growth or value investors? That's a bit more technical, but let's leave that. And then all in all of this, do you trust them? So just like you are being assessed by the investors, you are also assessing the investors. You do not admit an investor you do not trust. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, so I thought it was important for us to go back to this slide to look at the life cycle of companies again after walking through some of those. And like we said, very early stage is the light bulb idea. You move from there to an idea, from the idea to a business, and you can see the slide. You can see the revenues going up and the earnings starting from negative to now becoming positive in that first stage. And then from the idea to business, it becomes a more established business. You're passing the scaling up test. At the mature stage, stage 4, companies also have their own midlife crisis, right? But that's, and then towards a more stable, more mature and stable, the end game, and some other companies start declining, some other companies start restructuring later. But the key point here is that you want to get to the high growth and mature stage, the high growth more importantly, very quickly. Technology is one of those key things that has helped companies over the years, right? We've seen them from the global stage, from the Facebook, Google, and all the tech companies. You have even seen a lot going on with AI now. OpenAI, Elon Musk has also come up with XAI. A lot of all these companies, have grown very quickly from very early stage to very high growth stage. And what's very important, that as you are moving through those stages, the composition of your potential investors is also changing and is also expanding. But it's important for you to do well such that every investor can look back and see that you've done well, you have also treated your investors well, and that's an attraction for them to come up onto your to consider you as an investment option. Next slide, please. Next slide. I think this was just a case study about some other business, but I think we can leave this. Next slide. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope I've been able to speak to you about funding, the funding space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very insightful one. I think We should give another applause, a bigger one this time. That was interesting. Now we know how to navigate the funding issues. And that presentation on navigating Nigeria's funding landscape for startups was delivered by Dr. Adenrele Badebo, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of United Capital. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. I believe that you have a lot learned and probably questions to ask. Please put them in the comment box because I'll be reading some of them out so that our speakers will know the questions in your heart by the time they hear it. And if there's any other opportunity to talk, they know exactly what to talk about. They know what the probes are. And just in case you meet them anywhere in the hall when we do networking, they already know what to tilt their mind to, what people are probing, what people want to know more about. So that's why it's important for you to also looking in the hybrid, the virtual box, that's the live stream, so that you can put your questions in there, so that this communication will be complete. While he was speaking, the Commissioner of Housing, Anambra State, walked in. Mr. Polly Onyeka is here. Please, a resounding applause for our Commissioner of Housing. And just beside him is seated the Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Youth Empowerment Programs, Dr. Nelson Obinna Omenora. A resounding applause for Mayor. Welcome, sir. We appreciate your presence. Now we have a few announcements to make, and then we'll move on to the next item. But I know you want to stand up for a moment, right? But before you don't. Okay, we will have to, because remember, we are inclined to healthy living because our Mama Anambra, the wife of the governor, Dr. Nonye Soludo, says that healthy living is the way to go. And we know that that is just right. So we will stand up in just a few to observe some stretches. But before that, there is a barcode. I don't know if the barcode is ready so we can scan. If it's ready, please, can we have it on the screen while I talk about other things that we should know. Now, this barcode, even if it's not coming up now, just so you know what it's about, there is a learning system for everyone, a free learning system. We'll get all the details. There are lots of resources that you can benefit from away from this program. We're taking a lot of things away because 5 days is not enough to exhaust all that Solution Innovation District has for us. So the takeaways will come in form of platforms that you can get on, apps that you can use, and a lot. So those are the benefits of being here. Meanwhile, you remember that there is a phone to be won. Do you remember? Have you made your post, your social media post? Because the team are just going through social media, finding out who is posting, who is tagging. So make sure that your post pops up on any social media platform where you are frequently engaged. Yes, put your post there. You can take more pictures, post on social media, tell your friends that you're here. I want to ask an important question. How many of us here have shared the live stream? I have shared the live stream of this program. So please, if you haven't shared it on your preferred social media platform, I've checked. I am usually engaged on Facebook. So I've checked and I find that just a few persons have shared. So please, can you do this? Get on your favorite social media platform, search for Solution Innovation District, and share the live stream. This helps you refer other people who should hear what you're hearing now, so they will be carried along as well, wherever they may be around the world. All right, so this is where we get to take a pause and do a bit of networking before we get on the next presentation. Are you ready? I am ready, so let's get up for a moment. Thank you very much. DJ, please help us get up, jump up, and stretch for a bit. I've been walking around, but you've been sitting all along. It's only proper for us to stretch. So let's get up. Thank you very much as you get up for the stretches. Healthy living moment, healthy living break, right here. Okay, I believe this is the barcode, right? That's it.
More music on trendybeats.com.
That's the barcode, right?
I want to flex my love. I want to impress. And I want to carry my love to a place she loves.
Just move, interact. This is that moment where you just want to move your body. You can walk around. Don't leave the hole. Please, let's not walk away. Let's not leave the hole, but let's just move around for a moment. You can interact with someone. You can interact and then we bounce back shortly.
Are you ready for me? Energy like cocaine. Cream they like cream. When I do I see me enter, then I feel you to end my love. You want to see me talk? I don't get the back to say no, I know. Policeman. The boy know they take his off. He knows they go give you a back off. And as the money don't they come like us. Nothing to be stop this sauce.
Anambra Innovation Week. Live at the International Convention Center in Oka, Anambra.
All I know is that when I dey coca, eat and go. All I know is that when I dey shoot and hit.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's get back to our seats. I believe that we are stretched. We are able to continue. There is a lot more to do. So please, let's get back to our seats and get set for the very next presentation here at the Anambra Innovation Week 2024, put together by Solution Innovation District. Battle for solutions of over 100 million naira cash prizes is up. We have startups pitching, and pitching sessions will still be held today. This is day 4, and the Startup Conference and Tradenovation Fair is ongoing. There is a lot to do. Ecosystem providers are here. Intending business people are also here. We have speakers from across the country. High-profile personalities who are exploring technology are right here in this hall. So please let's get back to our seats because we have a few recognitions to do. We have some of our speakers joining us at this time. Some very familiar faces are in the room. So we'll do the recognition shortly, but I need everyone to get back to their seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. So if you're standing behind, can we come back to our seats, please? Thank you as you do. It's very important for us to move things forward. Now, I would like to remind everyone that before we leave here, someone is going to get a phone. Somebody is going home with a phone. And it is your chance, you have a chance to make day 4 of the Anambra Innovation Week unforgettable. All you need to do to win is to make an engaging post about this program on social media. Tag Solution Innovation District in your post. Use the hashtag AIW2024. You can also write Anambra Innovation Week in full. And then you can add other hashtags like innovation, techie, Anambra techie, Anambra Digital Tribe, Nigerian techie, SID code Anambra, others that you just want to add. Throw them in. We're looking out for the post with the highest engagement in likes, comments, shares, and reposts. And that's who will take home the prize for today. I'm waiting for the update on what next. Please, yes. So let's make that quick so we move things along quickly. Thank you very much. So it's going to be a big win, and this is not the first time. Somebody has gotten a phone already from just being here and answering questions right on time. The fastest finger got it. So today it is the most engaged post that will take home the prize. Now we have a face that you see on your screen a lot. One that has become a household name, special in her craft. And whenever you find her in movies, you shall know that you're in for a great time. Okay, so I wanted to let you know, just in case you did not notice, but I'm sure it's pretty easy for everyone to know that we have a celebrity in the room. Join me as I make welcome the delectable Chiege Alisigwe. Please, a resounding applause for Nollywood's finest. Thank you so much. Ageless beauty. And that is what it is. When you're making impact, you don't age, you are forever young. And that is her reality. Okay, so the team wants to give us a quick information for startups that are pitching. You've been pitching all the while. You're expectant. You want to know if you're moving on to the next stage. Well, this is the moment. So just in case you're not in the room, you're not close, come closer as I invite Mr. Mishak to bring us up to speed on what the startup should expect. Please give us a resounding applause so that he will tell us what we want to hear. Yes, I'm expectant. If you don't clap, he's going back.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Allow me to stand on existing protocol and to thank all the speakers before for an amazing insight into the different things and different aspects of growing a successful startup. So, like you know, over the last few days, we have been organizing the pitch competition for the different categories, and we have a short list of winners who would then have a final showdown today, and we would have the top 3 startups that would be meeting Mr. Governor tomorrow and carting away with the cash prizes. Are you excited? Are you excited? You're not excited? I don't think they want the money. Madam Chinwe, I don't think they want the money. I think you could just give me the money. Should I go? Are you excited? No, because like I have an account number, and they could just say the startup. Just say, the governor says, "Excuse me, sir, the startups did not want the money. It's too much work, so we tried to help them by just, you want the money? Sure? I'm not getting any energy. What's happening? All right. Are you under tension? How many of you pitched? Did you pitch? How many of you are confident that you are among the top? So for some categories, we have top 5. Just for one category, we had too many good people and we had to take top 10. So, but if you're confident that you are one of the top startups in your category, can I see your hand? You're sure? In fact, take one more bold step and stand up. If you're sure that your name will be mentioned today. Now, those of you sit down, look at them. So when they don't win, tell them, meh. I'm joking. You can sit down. Everyone is a winner. So the point of building a startup is that in the game of startups, in the race of startups, it's not about who wins the competition. It's really about who builds a successful business at the end of the day. But from the few minutes we had with you, these are the people that we believe have interesting solutions that everyone else needs to hear. All right. So I'm going to be calling the different categories and the people shortlisted who would be pitching later today to get on the final 3 that would get the cash prizes tomorrow. All right. Under the undergraduate category, drum rolls. The first person that made it to the finals is Tochukwu Eguchika in Attender. Name of the solution is Attender. Are you here, Tochukwu? Is Tochukwu here? Tochukwu is not here. Ha. Okay, Tochukwu is here. All right, you don't have to come. I want to just be sure you're in the room. Great. Second person under the undergraduate category, Chibueze Ogboagu, Intelligent Home Automation System. Are you here? Daniel, where are your undergraduate people? You have to be here to pitch at the end of today. So if they are not here, they need to be getting here immediately. All right, the third person, drum rolls. Chidile Ozo Emena Grasso. Are you here? Grasso. Where are they? Daniel, it's almost looking like we're calling ghost participants. All right. Fourth person, Azubike Chisom. Is Azubike here? So I'm going to tell you guys a funny story. So Azubike was on day 1, he won a mobile phone. You remember him? And he said that when he was coming, he told himself that he's going to change his life with this conference. And it's amazing. Expectations. And then the last person under the undergraduate category is Emmanuel Anu Ajayi Sonpod. Put your hands together for him. Are you here? All right, so that's the undergraduate category. Now we'll go into the SME category. We have 5 finalists for the SME category as well. All right. The first person, drum rolls, we have Date Fruit Powder Sweetener by Ogbado Chidima Modesta. Put your hands together for her. All right, we have Ultima Dots Vetch Limited, Valentine Chukwuemeka Ibiagu. Please, pardon me if I murder your name. All right. Number 3, on the SMEs, We Care Nursing Services, Chukwuemile Michael Eke. Did you stand up before? Did you stand up when we said who if you would win? Great. Number 4, MK Ano Creative Limited, Aniefiok Okun. Put your hands together for him. And the final person in the SME category, Favwise Tech Tribe, Favor Choma Ikebiaku. Put your hands together for her. All right. Those are the SME category shortlisted winners. And then we go to the startup category. I will start with the non-Anambra-based startups. We have 5 people making it to the final round. Drum rolls. I can feel some people's hearts beating because these guys have high stakes. Some of them came from all around the country for this competition. So if you don't win, it be like say your tickets don't go be that. See my Oga at the top. Oga Deza at the hill. Your boy is loyal. All right. First winner from first shortlist from the top 5 non-Anambra startups. We have Wati AI Energy Monitoring System. Victor Isaac. Put your hands together for him. The team is doing something really interesting. Really, really interesting. I must say that we had really good startups. When you hear them pitch, you would know we had some really good. I was quite impressed with the startups. All right, number 2, we have the Energy Box. Muele Samuel Uzodima. Number 3, we have Instant Doctor, Osai Abraham. Better clap for somebody else so that they will clap for you too. Number 4, we have YQ, Lawrence. I don't have your son name. Is he here, YQ? You're here. I can't see you. All right. And finally, the last person is Flows. Abubakar Bashir came all the way. Well done. All right. Now, finally, we have the top 10 Anambra-based startups. Are you ready? Are you ready? Top 10 Anambra-based startups. Number 1, Echo Bean. Now that's joy. Admike Chime. Oh, Holy Spirit. Sylvia. Sorry, pardon me. Your names are amazingly beautiful. All right, number 2, Wiba TM. Wisdom Osinachi Donatus. Number 3, Solution Markets. Alochuku Emmanuel. Number 4, Rich Cold Word Compounds. Hope I got it, Limited. Chukwuemeka RM. Number 5, Closed Dock. Odenigbo Angel. Number 6, Citix. Okorafor Chiemele Charles. Number 7, RB Tech Hub, Angela Odunwa. Number 8, Big Shelf, Thank God Okoye. Number 9, Forest Labs, John Onuigbo. I think I've noticed that the people shouting are the ones that have ladies on their team. So startups, then have ladies on your team so that when you win, somebody will shout. And then the final person making it to the finals from the startups from Anambra is Vicky Luke, Dixon Ogechukwu. So this is what's going to happen next. Those of you who have been shortlisted would have a final showdown today on this stage. So you have the opportunity to pitch one more time, this time with an audience. You have 3 minutes to pitch, 2 minutes for questions. So you have 5 minutes in total. And then we would have a final evaluation of the top 3 startups that would make it to get the cash prizes. There's going to be a brief training on what to expect from the pitch. I just need to find out at what point we can do that.
Wow. Please, let us give Mr. Micah a big applause. Thank you so much for the good news you brought. Glad tidings of good things. And soon enough, he will come back on stage to tell us how exactly to pitch so that we will all do the right thing. Okay, so while he was speaking, some very important people walked into the hall, and I am just going to quickly recognize them. There is a cinema in Nnewi that is perhaps the biggest in Africa. Please don't get me wrong. Yes, I am proud of Anambra, and when the Anambra do great things, we must applaud. Join me as I make welcome the man who made it happen, Mr. Kenechukwu Mparo. Give him a resounding applause. Thank you so much, sir, for the great things you're doing in Anambra, for believing in our dear state and insisting that Anambra must be greater. We appreciate you. And he did not come alone. That is the spirit of Anambra. He came with top producers and actors in Nollywood. Teko Benson is here. Please give him a resounding applause. Thank you, sir. We see you. We appreciate you. Thank you. And we also have a Netflix producer, Hannah Celestina Waso. A big applause. Thank you. Thank you for being here as well. I told you earlier that we will have celebrities in the room today, and they will be talking about creative economy and technology driving innovation and disruption in the industry. And that panel will be moderated by our own Bob Manuel when it is time. Now, there's something else. There's good news for everybody. Because we are actually doing what we should do. I mentioned that it's necessary for everyone to share the live stream. And I see that 40 people have shared it already. Please clap for those 40 people. Thank you. Thank you for supporting this initiative. Now, can I get 40 more people to do the same thing? Can I? Please be the reason why somebody around you joins this digital train. Let's go. Look for Solution Innovation District on your preferred social media platform and share the live stream. It is ongoing now. We need to get to 100 shares on our live stream. I see that there are lots of comments. I appreciate you for engaging. When I came here in the morning, I told you about setting an objective. My objective was for this to be the greatest engagement that SID will record during the course of the Anambra Innovation Week. And I am already achieving it. Not because I'm doing the sharing, I've done mine, I am only one person, but because you're helping me achieve that. So give yourselves a bigger applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are doing it and we will get there. Okay, now there is something to help you do the sharing and all the posts, all the commenting on the comment section. Do you know that we have free Wi-Fi available? Do you know? It is working. Mine is working. Mine is working. Just try. You can just disconnect and come back. So please look for AIW 2024 Wi-Fi and connect. When it stops working, you know, a lot of people are using it. Yes, sometimes there can be glitches, but it works most times. And the man who made that happen for us is in this hall. Please, when I mention him, appreciate him, because I am so glad I'm saving my data because he thought that this was necessary. Mr. Ifani Adirika, the CEO of Connect. Give him a resounding applause for the free Wi-Fi. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and for supporting the cause for Anambra's digital tribe to rise. We also have from PHS Web Limited, Mr. Chinedu Onwemelie. Please give him a resounding applause. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. We appreciate your presence. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we have a presentation coming up. I'm going to, just in case you have the lineup for today, we will be taking a focus talk on building a scalable business model for a startup. Building a scalable business model for a startup. And the speaker will be joining us virtually. Please, can we unveil our distinguished speaker? Thank you so much. Okay.
With a unique journey that began in
I believe we should have Tommy Davis
making a profound impact in the tech industry.
Tommy Davis, I believe.
Spirit and passion for fostering innovation in Nigeria. His influence.
Thank you.
Tommy Davis is a renowned Nigerian-British investor, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, serving as president of the African Business Angel Network, ABAN, with a focus on fostering early-stage investment and entrepreneurship in Africa. Tommy has been pivotal in shaping the continent's startup ecosystem. A graduate of the University of Miami, he began his career driving technology transformation in industries like oil and gas before dedicating himself to supporting innovation in Africa as ABAN's founding president. Named one of New African Magazine's 100 most influential Africans in 2021, Tommy authored Investment-Worthy Startup, introducing a poem framework for building tech-enabled ventures. Introducing Tommy Davis.
Okay, while we wait for that to come up, I would like for us to keep the shares going, keep the likes going, the commenting, and all. Soon enough, we'll have a panel session, and the UNDP team will be leading that. So I believe that we can structure some of this and get going. But I would like to fill the room. I would like to fill the room. If you are full and you're excited about what you've heard from any of our speakers so far, please, can you speak to me? I just need 2 people. I'm just stealing time. Can I get 1 or 2 people to speak to me? Something you learned you want to share with everyone. If you're watching us virtually, thank you so much. You can put it in the comment section. Let us get the feedback at this point from you. Okay. Nobody wants to talk to me. I have a prize. No, now that I don't have a prize. Okay. All right, come and talk to me. Don't mind me, right? I joke a lot. Okay, please come as well. I want us to go to the front so that everyone can see you. Can you see us from here? Okay. All right, so they're just going to tell us 1 or 2 things. And breakfast is served. Soon enough, you go grab a bite.
Good afternoon. My name is Umeanonihu Onyinye. And one of the most interesting things I've heard today was about how to get investors to fund your startup by Mr. Aderele. I like that he broke everything down in a way that you could just get it as a beginner. He talked about the things that you should look out for and the things that you should know that investors are thinking about when you're making your pitch. That is how they can exit if they invest, how this investment is going to make them back money, etc., etc. And he also talked about he also explained equity. I know that personally, I know that equity is something I've been hearing, but I never truly understood what it means for someone to own equity or have equity in a company. And he really broke it down to very simple, very beginner friendly, in a very beginner friendly way. And that is actually what I learned today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mitchell Chidebere Bonaya. From all that the speakers have spoken about today, I would like to pick a few points from Dr. Gbadebo Adenrele's speech, still regarding building a business. Okay, so from what I learned today, or what I've gotten, the value I've gotten so far today, he's been able to help us break down the various stages of a business. So it's very important that as startup, as an innovator, as an idealist, you get to know what stage your business is, if you are still at the startup level, or at the low growth level, or at the high growth level, or, and so on to the stage 6. So I also got the aspect where he kind of gave us a breakdown on what we should be expecting from our investors. Okay, that there are categories of investors who are interested in specific sectors. So sometimes you may be pitching to an investor who is interested in, supporting health educated related ideas, and then you are presenting something relating to agriculture. So it's really important we take note of that. And I think I have a question from that. How do we get to know specific investors who are sector related, right? So, and many other things I've gotten from, his speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You've been very attentive. All right. So breakfast is served, but just to give you a tip of what to expect when we bounce back, we will have what is called a Public Sector Innovation Network panel session. And that's by the UNDP. That will be facilitated by the UNDP to talk to those people who are driving innovation at their community levels and pushing the boundaries to get everyone on board. The DJ will give us a soft tune as we go for breakfast. And then we'll bounce back in 15 minutes. Please, let's keep to time so we don't leave too late. All right, Mr. Micah wants to meet with all the speakers, those who are set to pitch today after now. He wants to meet you at the startup room upstairs right after this announcement. So tell everyone who should be there, please do not miss it. He has information for you. All right, it's time to go and grab a bite. DJ, help us. And let's not rush. Okay, 10 minutes. We have just 10 minutes. Let's make it very decorous and quick. Thank you so much for your attention, and I can't wait to have you back. Thank you. I am Ife Arono Okafo. DJ.
Gone. Fine lady, girl, you different gone. I don't know why, but I miss you gone. Bad girl, I'm addicted gone. Iwa lo lufe, my darling. Iwa lo lufe, mi munife. Iwa lo lufe, my darling. Iwa lo lufe, mi munife.
All I know is that when I dey cock, I hit and go. All I know is that when I been shoot, I hit their home. All I know is that when I dey cock, I hit and go. All they know is that when I been shoot, I hit their home. So, why they wanna cause more? Put them in the cross. Talk, color be their own. Blood, feed it on their own. Talk, so why they wanna bring blood down to my front? I don't wanna drink more blood on the dance floor. Supposing I falling with my color like this and that. I'm dressed in black. Opportunity no be waiting, I go they look them pass. So I light my pass. Light half man with my bumpy. Tear gotta knock on the monkey. Shake and yash for my money. Odumodu follow the cipher country. I go fill my glass. Go higher cash. Phone, why I the phone? Sean, I ups on the lost.
You don't wonder why the people fall in love. It could be for the game or pleasure, I don't know. But when it comes to lust, yeah, that's for sure. When I get all these things around, girl, like you be the one that makes me smile, and it's true. Now you give this love a chance to rain. Baby, don't go all because of people. Because Daddy Baba, Baba. You can never stop on spinal, Baba. Never stop on Baba, Baba. I hate you more, say Baba. Mama, you go to Shalaye, Baba. Oh yeah, wait for the moolah, Baba. I say wait for the Baba, Baba. Oh yeah, let me see one. Let me see one. Oh yeah, you off, Baba. Baba. Let me see one. Let me see one. Come, let's calculate. How much you get, how much you take. I want to live for what you earn. I want to live for what you earn.
Somebody for me what out. I did on my own. What I just make you know jam back.
I remember Mbati, Ebbing Pami, breakfast, lunch and dinner with drink Gary. Now they want to snap pictures, I live flashy. You gon' stop me, huh? They walk Belutani. Impossible, every day's a celebration. This one for all my people that couldn't make it. Spent nights on the blue mat. In the station I said no comment, just to make a statement. How they hate me cause I'm winning. AP kicking, my rollie ain't ticking. One of 150, the whip that I'm whipping. Now they're wishing they could've catch a man slipping. SHOKOLOKOBANGOSHY Shokoloco bango shit. Anywhere I go, you know the go, you know the go, you know the go, you know the go.
Kilo fait un moteur chocolat, fine, oh cocotte, watch your love for like it, wine I'm on motor, your body chocolate, push it in, in my dick, kabalo sile kilo fait, wine I'm body, I'm not damn easy, baby. I want to give me control. If you want to get already, I'ma make up my eye. I'ma need a gun, I go my eye. I'ma need a gun, do maybe. I don't want it, maybe don't go God,
More music on trendybeats.com.
Deleti señorita, loca la vida. I be loader, make you be my picker. We go there like you smoke and a dealer. Girl, you know say the truth to go be bitter. If I knock come, you go shiver. Give to Caesar, waiting there for Caesar. Aya, whoa. You know we go dog. Deleti, you know we go dog. Deleti, not your man. Deleti, you know we go dog. Anyamo. Isimo. Deleti. Oh baby. Deleti, you know we go dog. Deleti, not your man. Deleti, you know we go dog. Deleti, not your man.
I'm all alive. It's a point right to my head, say make I deny you. I go tell them, say lie. Don't be like that. I fit to spend all of my money on you. Spend a couple million on you. Give you love until you say don't do, yeah. Special type of feeling that I feel when I'm with you. Oh, the mommy, anytime where I deal with you. I want your heart and soul and your own body too. I can't let you go. I'm beginning to fall in love. I'm beginning to fall in love. I'm beginning to fall in love. This love will be ordinary. It's supposed to be one night thing. Now I know they catch feelings.
More music on trendybeats.com.
Baby, I dey call you once, baby. Me I want to bump you today. Give me chance, me I no go use you play. Oh no. Make our body joy, body tonight. And I wonder if it's possible. I wanna put my hands on your waist, me have to give you all my paper, yeah. I'm addicted to you, and I don't know what to do. I wanna put my hands on your waist, me have to give you all my paper, yeah. I'm addicted to you, and I don't know what to do. Show me that you want me, show me that you need me. Tell me that you love me, and I will be okay. Show me that you want me, show me that you need me. Tell me that you love me, and I will be okay.
trendybeats.com.
Myself. My hands are in the air. Only time we tell the difference, man. What is the reason you do not have your own peace of mind? Are you having fun or are you doing this thing to survive? Are you taking the pictures of every memories of your life? What's the reason why we're still out here? Make a nigga suit and tie and deploy like you. So you don't know you
tunesjam.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, I see where they find the pity. I'm on they give me itty bitty. Just call me. You want know that bitty, you gon' know that bitty when you see. Ladies and gentlemen, you where they find the pity. Tell them don't say we like to party. Just call me. You want know that bitty, you gon' know that bitty when you see. Ladies and gentlemen. Get a woman hold on tight, oh. Me and my guys we take for bike, oh. Now her location take for mine, too. If you leave a woman, she go off pine, too. Don't be lying, because you see rapper blind the eyes, oh. Me and my guys we know they smile, oh. Big talk boys we know they lie, oh. Big talk boys we know they fear nobody. And you see wahala we can't afford for body. Only one thing we know they like now, police. One wrong move, you turn to my enemy. So make you no try me. The thing they hit me like a bongo. I beg you think I know that shy show. Take your lady to the condo. If we dey hit and she dey sharp more, well.
trendybeats.com.
baby, your love is foreign. Give me love, no good on you. You see your body carry.
We should be getting back. Let's quickly conclude our tea break and get back to the session. I hope you're enjoying yourselves.
My darling, would you fly with me international? You go there with me for flight. Honey, would you stay with me? As I know no man, you go there with me for life. Honey,
we show you go see. For here now only now can be. You suppose know how it be. They say no what it for Bini. Say now only what does they Bini. And we the press on they go. As we they feed the mood. Your babe they feed the mood. And a day in the mood. Now your speaker volume. Cause you want feed the mood. What's my white girl?
Let's begin to come back to the hall. Let's get back to continue this very important engagement. The UNDP team will be on stage soon. Let's get ready to join them.
Zeri, only one, Zeri, dear. Zeri, only one, Zeri, dear. Zeri, only one, Zeri, dear. The legendary, the legendary. Dinaka, bang, dinaka, Bottega, Veneta, Tribune, dinaka, Dinaka, bang, dinaka, Bottega, Veneta, Tribune, dinaka, Oh, yeah, bend your back to back. As the Buddha, they clap, back to back. Oh, yeah, bend your back to back. As the Buddha, they clap, back to back. Body sexy, body wetty, body when they make me horny. When I sense it, this your body, they say me cannot be renty. Take off your shirt, see, but big up, but me plenty. My put out all this stress, she's slim with me, not over her body. Slice press, I say sex, my profession. Bring that waist on.
Baby, I want you to know. Oh, what I don't come on my eyes. Like 4 bottles in a roll. I drink what you don't trust. I'm on my own, Lord. You know I'm alone. You know I'm alone. You know I'm alone.
feeling me moody, quite bad. And I go gym for my international or local. I never see it can be like this. It can be like it overload for you. You ask me question, I give you answer. If I'm yeah. Even you said it cause you want me, no baby brother. I own that finish for you. Baby, take them softly, oh baby, take them jaja.
Elon c'est pas Pluto boy, une Tesla qui pulling up in the Tesla toy, no bitch boy, see, no go day, once they looking, no go pay, Charlie Poppy I walk all day, Pluto mania we fly all day, said that yo if ya so, another if ya day, said that yo if ya. Another if ya day said that yo if ya so. Another if ya day said that yo if ya. Another if ya day said all this Elon West. Para the body, BTC the body, money the body. All this Elon West. Para the body, BTC the body, money say how do I pay for? Send as a send wallet, payment receipt. Now you credit BTC, and now you don't confirm me daddy. If ya day, now you don't confirm me daddy. If ya day, I'm out tell us to the kingdom come, to the kingdom come. I'm out tell us to the kingdom come, to the kingdom come. I'm out tell us to the kingdom come, to the kingdom come. I'm out tell us to the kingdom. To the kingdom come, hello, 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 hello.
Yo, X, come Charlie Foxy.
Came from a place where you know say money not day, so you guys work all day. Came from a place where we know say money not day, so you guys work all day. As I did matcha, you know fi see me. Cause I did chow. As I did matcha, you know fi see me. Nobody for attention. As I did my shine, you know fi see me. Cause I did chow.
Sensational, I body conditioner.
What do I do to many as done no Martin? Presido with the big machine. Your girlfriend wanna suck my team, but not be that guy to see If I come smoke, give you you not pass, that me say dog cast, no last chance. Dog cast, dog cast, dog cast, dog cast, say, dog cast, dog cast. We all get on full 12 o'clock on net. 12:30, use both no flat. She locate my location. So everybody vibration.
Sensation. Really practitioner. This one has seniority. Big color in your mood, mama. God, you should know, suck. Who go pay for a wig and number? No, anyone stop, she go holla big gun. All along, she dey follow big boss. Punch like African mom.
You DJ, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Just bring it down for a moment. I have an announcement to make. Okay, so please, there's a reason why we knocked off the music, because this announcement is very important. If you're representing an SME that is exhibiting here, you're required to go to your booth. You're required to go to your booth right now, because the judges want to move around and judge. So please, SMEs, get to your booths right now. Our judges are moving around and they need to see what you have to judge you right. Thank you. Now, everyone else, can we get back into the hall? Because in just 3 minutes, we will start the next session with the UNDP PSIN session. That is what we have next. I don't want us to leave too late today. Please, so let's do the needful. Let's make hay while the sun shines. Thank you so much. DJ, encourage them to come in. Look for a song that will say, coming. You know, something like that. That's what they need to hear right now. Everyone, please come in. UNDP team, please, I would like you to come. What I've learned is people will never come in until you start. You start again. So if the UNDP team can hear me, please, once you get on stage, everybody will come back, right? Yeah, that's how it goes. So DJ, please encourage them while I look for UNDP guys.
That is true. Make me holler and I bet $1 million. Nobody can see like you. Nobody can see like you. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, nobody can see. Nobody can see like you.
Who's ready? I like this, I like this. I say I like this, I like this. Watch out. Baby, baby, I want to go there. Baby, baby, I want to go there. Baby, baby, I want to go there. Hey. Watch out, listen. Big gang, you are trending again. Big gang, you are trending again. Big gang, you are trending again. Trending again, trending again. Alternate, you are trending again. Alternate, you are trending again. Alternate, you are trending again. Trending again, trending again. Say. Somebody watch the mix, watch the mix. 1, 2, 3, go! cherish you with my life. Nobody else above. Everything go day alright. And if anybody try you, I'm gonna be on sight. See my shoulder. Let you rest up for me. You know I got you. Now me be your friend. I'm only worried my shoulder. I don't give some for you. You know what's up. Cause everything I
Thank you very much, everyone. If you're still outside the room, please, this is the last call, the very last. Let's get back and restart. Because now the UNDP will take the stage for the next few minutes to bring us up to speed on what they do with Public Sector Innovation Network. That is the next on our lineup, and we are not going to wait for anyone. We just have to move. All right, the barcode is on the screen. Can you bring it back? Just in case you haven't gotten the opportunity to scan, this is your chance. Do not miss out of all the goodies and takeaways from this engagement. We're not stopping here. We're not stopping tomorrow. SID, Solution Innovation District, is here to stay. And one way to be connected is to scan that barcode, not tomorrow, not later, but right now. Okay, so we wanted to get a speaker on the screen. He's joining us virtually, but then we got a technical hiccup. Now we have the green light to see that presentation. He's joining us virtually, and the technical crew will help tell us who we have on the other side joining us at this time. SID team outside the room, please encourage people to come in. Encourage them subtly to come in because we are back on course. Technical, I'm just waiting for us to get there. Thank you very much for the great work. Okay, DJ. I know that when there is a lull like this, you just step in, so help us again. Okay. Now, everyone, we have our next speaker coming up on the screen, joining us virtually. And right after that, we'll have the UNDP session right here at the Anambra Innovation Week 2024. Please, let's unveil the next speaker right now.
Entrepreneur and philanthropist, serving as president of the African Business Angel Network, ABAN, with a focus on fostering early-stage investment and entrepreneurship in Africa. Tomi has been pivotal in shaping the continent's startup ecosystem. A graduate of the University
He began to speak. We didn't quite see the Nigerian angle until he began to speak the Nigerian way. And that was amazing. He just connected. I think he deserves a bigger round of applause. Thank you. Okay, now you know, like I know, that this is UNDP time. And the UNDP team will be on stage shortly. Guess what? They will be talking about the role of innovation and technology in driving the economy of states. And it's important for us to have them on stage shortly for that interaction to begin. So just appreciate the team. I believe that everyone, okay, the moderator can come and then invite everyone else to join you. So please, let's give him an applause as he comes for the interaction. I think he can hear our applause. He can hear it. Okay, now let's look at the slide before the interaction starts. Technical, please.
Evaluation expert, dedicated to transforming data into actionable insights that shape the
of UNDP on stage, and he will be taking over at this time, navigating. Anything you want me to do, please say it. Just say the word.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I can feel the energy in the room. Good afternoon. Hello. Thank you so much. Yeah, but please, can we have the technical crew move the seats together? They are a bit far apart. I don't know if we can get them to come move the seats together. Can we have, please, you just need to move these seats together. They are too far apart because we're supposed to have a panel session. No, you can just move it close to this place, yes. Oh, yeah. Okay, fantastic. Where's it? All right. So as we wait for the technical crew to come move the seats, there is a questionnaire from the Anambra State SDGs department office. There's a questionnaire that they have, and they would like to have our understanding on SDGs, right? It's just a very simple 4-question questionnaire. And please, she would be, I'll have Madam Chioma. She is going to be sharing this. And please, when you fill it, there is the UNDP booth outside. You can as well just drop it there. It's, well, okay, what's your name? I thought it was completely anonymous. But yeah, so you can fill in your name if it's necessary. So you can fill in your name if it's necessary, but please, it's super important. They want to have an understanding of what we know about the SDG. Thank you so much. If you can put your name if you want. If you're really not interested in putting your name, it's also okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. So we'll move straight into the panel session. So I will be inviting these esteemed public sector personnel to come join us for this panel session. Most importantly, like the moderator had mentioned, we want to have a very basic understanding from the point of 3 states, particularly from Edo State, from Akwa Ibom, and also from Abia State. So joining me on stage, we'll have Miss Chijioke Chibuzo Elizabeth, the essay to the governor of Abia State on innovation. Please, can we have you on stage here? A round of applause for her, please, as she comes on stage. Please, encourage her as she gets here, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, studio. Next, we'll have Mr. Maurice Jack. Mr. Maurice Jack. We'll have you on stage now, please. Mr. Maurice Jack, please, a round of applause for him. He is representing the Commissioner for Abia State, for Akwa Ibom, my apologies, on digital and innovation. Thank you very much. You're welcome on stage. A round of applause for him, please. Please, you can sit. Yes, you can just sit next to her. Next, we will have. Next on stage, we'll have Mr. Obede Ifalui Isibo, Honorable, on stage. The Honorable Commissioner for Edo State. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes on stage. You're welcome, Honorable. You're welcome. Please, you can sit here. How many mics do we have? 3. Okay. So good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah. Good afternoon. Panelists. I'm sure, please, is there a way we can adjust the light? It seems it's moving straight into our eyes. So thank you so much for making our time to join us. A very, very brief discussion that we want to have around the contribution of the Public Innovations Network. Just before I start, I'm going to ask Mr. Falui to give us just a very, very brief, what was the idea behind the PSIN, this Public Sector Innovation Network? What was the idea, when it was started, and what is the agenda, and what do we hope to achieve with the PSIN?
Well, thank you. The Policy Innovation Network was an idea that was birthed to help subnationals travel appropriately along the digital transformation journey. And the organizers recognize that most of the subnationals in Nigeria and indeed Africa had a very long way to go, and most of them needed support and collaboration along the digital journey. We also recognized that funding, financing, of course, and proper education was one of the things that states were lacking. And so there's a sense in which the organization was to bring states together. Let us compare notes, let's share ideas, let's collaborate, and see how we can all move in one direction to make sure that, Nigeria moves, along that path of continued progress, especially in digital transformation.
Fantastic. So if I understand clearly, there is to drive the agenda, have a common goal, and then we don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? So what it means, we'll continue to learn, we'll continue to improve on what we know around the Public Sector Innovation Network. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. So now we'll come to the conversation proper, the role of innovation and technology in driving the economy of states. Interestingly, everyone I have on this panel has something to do with innovation, and it's super nice. But then I'm going to ask Ms. Elizabeth, for Abia State, right, what policies and infrastructure investments are currently available in your state to support the growth of innovation and digital economy, particularly in Abia State?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that question, Mr. Chiedu. In the States, there are various policies that have been enacted, and some are still, in the process. The conversations are already ongoing. We are having different sector-specific policies around climate change, around technology, Okay. Yeah, right. So even as at last week, like a week today, we had the engagements with people from Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy about the National Digital Economy Bill and e-governance drafts, right? And other stakeholders' engagement has been going on concerning policies we hope to enact, possibly by 2025. And then for infrastructure, if you've been listening to the news, the governor is very particular about setting up strong infrastructures across different sectors as well. We have the education, the health sector, and everything. And then the emergency sector, we're having modern equipment with real-time monitoring, communications, and we just commissioned a smart school yesterday with fully digitized and interactive screens that records the lessons. The students can go back and watch what's happening. Yeah, so a lot of work is going on around that in the States.
Fantastic. That's really great to hear. I'll move over to Mr. Maurice Jack for Akwa Ibom. We would like to also get a little bit of what is it that Akwa Ibom State government, what current policies and infrastructures do you have to drive the growth of innovation and digital economy in Akwa Ibom State?
Once again, I want to say thank you for this privilege. I say thank you for this opportunity to be here to share with Anambra State. First of all, I'd like to say that since I've been here, I have really had a wonderful time.
Anambra State is indeed gifted. I want to say I have been listening to a lot of pitches, a lot of speakers, and I would like to state categorically that what you're doing in this state really deserves recommendation. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Now, moving to your question, permit me, please, to also send extend my commissioner's regards to the state. He would have been here, but as we know, we are having the burial of our governor's wife by tomorrow. So it's a very emotional time for every one of us back at home. But for the love of innovation and the closeness of Akwa Ibom to this state, I had to come in on short notice. Having said that, let me start by saying this, that Akwa Ibom State, from the onset, we have collaborated with a lot of other states. Right now, as I speak to you, I think one of the basic infrastructure we have in place is the arrival of the submarine fiber cable in Akwa Ibom State. And that's a game changer. And let me bring in the perspective of government, because see that what is happening here can only be possible when the government is involved. The duty of the government is to give an enabling environment for things like this to thrive. And I'm happy that Akwa Ibom State government, under the leadership of His Excellency, Professor Soludo, has seen ICT and digitization as a key and important drive in his administration. And also, that is going to speak a lot, because whether you like it or not, in a couple of years, technology is going to overtake every other thing. So, and please, let me seize this opportunity to also explain to our younger ones here that technology is not limited to what you see on the screen. Technology cuts across every sector of the economy. Because if I'm right, you're looking about the role of technology in driving the economy. So I want to state here that technology is the key to driving the economy of any state or country. So having said that also, I want to also point it here that even beside the fiber we have, besides the online employment portals we have implemented, we also have implemented technologically driven agricultural projects to ensure that the economy in the nearest future is stabilized. I think let me just take a break.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Maurice Jack. Thank you so much. I think what you had mentioned, which is key, is the fiber cable that's come to Akwa Ibom, and then is also going to be a game changer, right? And then, across e-governance, as it were, in Akwa Ibom State. And it's really important and very crucial to know that under His Excellency, this is something that you're taking as a priority in the state. It's really good to hear. So we'll move over to Mr. Falui. We'd like to hear, in Edo State, over the past few years, what has the government, I understand government is a continuum, right? I understand that there's just recently been a change in government in Edo State. But in spite of that, what exactly has been done, or what has the former governor or the past administration done to drive digital innovation in Edo State?
Well, thank you. Thank you for the question. For the Edo story, we have been very deliberate about digital transformation. And just like my colleague was trying to say, when the governor is a tech guy, when the governor understands the value of technology, when a governor understands the need for ICT adoption and promotion, it becomes easy, to travel faster. Edo State today is paperless. Paperless in the sense that all government correspondence, mails or memos do not happen with paper anymore in Edo State. Yes, we have an ERP platform where, the governor sends me a mail or I send him a mail. I get a prompt on my phone via emails that you have a memo you have to respond to. And I have 48 hours to respond or I get a query. What that does is to improve the efficiency of government services, to improve transparency, accountability, and effectiveness. Because if the civil service is the engine room of governance, whatever it is an administration needs to do for the people, it does it through the civil service. And when there's an efficient civil service where files don't get missing, where files or memos are treated when they come as they should be, then the deployment of public good to the people is done faster. And we didn't stop there. We've laid over 2,500 kilometers of fiber optic cables across the 18 local government councils of the state, such that every local government council today in Edo State has internet connectivity. What does that help? It opens up rural communities. It promotes e-commerce. It promotes, the ability for people across the state to jump on technology to improve their businesses. And we didn't stop there. We also have a data center. We are, I think, the only state with a Tier 3 state-owned data center. That helps us to gather and store our own information. And now we are offering co-location services to other key players. So if it's email hosting, if it's web hosting, we can now offer that as a state. So players in that sector do not have to patronize AWS any longer. Edo State offers that service, and we give each participant 6 months for free. And we didn't stop there. We've also launched EdoNet. EdoNet is a free public Wi-Fi in 44 locations across the state. And we've seen a dramatic surge in young people taking advantage of technology for e-commerce. Most of our locations, government locations, now where you have free public Wi-Fi, you see young people gather there all through the day with their phones and, ring lights. Everyone's making content. People are becoming productive. You're seeing people, hang around these locations with their laptops. You're downloading stuff. You're making use of the internet to invent and to innovate. So the question addresses the need for digital public infrastructure in states to increase the GDP of the state, to make the young people more productive, and of course to improve the overall economic outlook of the state. And we have made significant progress in that regard. And the idea is to pull other states along. So Delta State, for example, doesn't need to go through the hassle Edo State went through to build a data center. They don't need to build their own data center. Since we have one, they can pay us, so now have us, do the web hosting for them. So that makes it easier because it's very it involves a lot of money to build. So the idea is to pull other states along and also to share information. Collaboration and information sharing makes it easier for us as a nation to travel positively along that digital journey.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ifalui. Three things I picked out from what you had said is it's really important that you have a governor that is tech-savvy, right? So it drives that. And I'm also really very fascinated that my own governor, His Excellency Professor Charles Soludo, is also a tech-savvy person. And I see the strides that he's making with the Anambra State ICT Agency and also with the Solution Innovation District. So I think one of the things you've mentioned is that the governor has to be tech-savvy. Now, the second thing, again, I think I picked out from what you had mentioned is the drive for business. You establish, you're innovating and creating a business model out of it. And I think it's something that even as Anambra State, or even as other states, we would begin to, think around it. How do we innovate to the extent that we create a business model and at the same time make money in the process of innovating? And then the final thing that I think I picked up from what you've said is the need for continuous sharing of information. Now, what I understand about information management and knowledge management are two different things. You can share information, but it's different from managing knowledge. So what it means is that if we want to manage knowledge, you're looking at what are the best practices, what are the lessons that you've learned, how do you make these things better. So we'll continue. So if my understanding is that we'll continue to share information from time to time so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. For example, Delta State or Anambra State, say if Anambra State wants to set up a data center, they don't have to go through those problems again. They just simply reach out to Edo and say, hey, please help us. And we're glad to reach out to you at every point. So it's really fantastic to hear. We'll move over to the next question. Now, this is the role of innovation hubs. We've made so much noise. There's so much noise about integrating the private sector, getting the hubs, the tech incubators. We want to know, and this is to you, Mr. Falui, what role are innovation hubs and tech incubators playing in fostering entrepreneurship and job creation in Edo State?
Thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate Anambra State. Since yesterday when I came hearing about the Solution Innovation District, for me, I'm seeing way more than what I think many people are seeing. Because I'm not very sure, but this is the first state to be building such an innovation district that I'm aware of.
A round of applause for this state, please. A round of applause for this state, please. A round of applause for this state.
Yes, so when I heard about that, I said, well, Anambra State went ahead of us in this regard. Because although we have, a tech hub, but this is like, a tech village.
A tech village. The Silicon Valley.
Exactly.
Of Nigeria.
And I want to suggest government does not have to do this alone. It is going to be almost impossible for government to fund all of this alone. There's so much resources available out there that Anambra State has to take advantage of. For example, we have Edo Innovates, our own hub, where we promote and also fund startups. And we have seen a dramatic increase in the number of young people who, come there every day to acquire all sorts of digital skills. There are some undergraduates who no longer care about having the conventional education. They are seeing that we're making money, we're becoming entrepreneurs, we're building businesses with these digital skills that we're learning, and they learn it for free. Because we have partners who have found value, in what we're doing at the Edo Innovates, and they want to, fund those processes. And that's the model I think the Solution Innovation District should borrow, because it is going to be difficult to get funding from government for digital transformation. It's very difficult, but there are partners, there are developmental partners who are ready, who have these funds, are now looking for where to put it. And they are doing so because they are seeing the potential of job creation in a subnational, like Anambra State. And just a few months ago, we had the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation through the CC Hub give 50 startups in Edo $800,000 US.
Wow.
So you imagine how difficult that would have been if government had to do that. But this is the BMGF, they have the resources. They're saying that arrange yourselves, put yourselves together, organize yourselves, and we will fund it. And that's the model I think we can also borrow here in Anambra State too. Now that we have had the BMGF work with us, we can easily say, okay, Anambra is doing something really novel, you can work with them too. And here's the contact of those that are involved, see all that they're doing already, jump on it and support it. Now the governor is giving 100 million naira to startups. This is unprecedented in Nigeria. You know, and so the government may not be able to do this every 6 months.
Of course.
But partners can help to do it too.
Absolutely.
So you imagine working with the Policy Innovation Center, helping you to craft a policy. You're working with the BMGF, helping you to fund startups. You have Cisco Academy also at your innovation district. You are saying that you're only giving that, you know, government background, but the funding is coming from outside. Makes it more effective.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think something that is really key that I picked out from what you said is there is a need for the SID to support the Anambra innovation ecosystem. Because from what you've said, I also understand Edo Innovates is something like a SID in Edo States and has been actively supporting the ecosystem. So I think for us, one of the takeaways should be how do we improve the effectiveness of that kind of support? Because I understand that if the ecosystem is going to be supported, there has to be a continuous assessment of the needs of the ecosystem to know what they want and how they can navigate all of these things. But I think it's really very important to know. Thank you so much. And I'm sure SID is listening keenly and we'll try to get one or two things from you. We'll move over to Miss Elizabeth. And we would like to know what are the key challenges in building strong partnerships with private sector? You know, he just mentioned partnering with private sectors and all of that. But then we'd like to understand, in the context of maybe Abia State or where you've been throughout your experience, and how can this be overcome to drive technological innovation and attract investment in Abia State? What are the key challenges in terms of partnerships? Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that question. So far, in the public sector where I work now, the challenges that I've seen when we try to partner with the private sector is they don't think end to end. They just want to, let's say for instance, they want to do a training. They come in, want to train 10,000 Abia youths. Okay, so how do you put, do a pipeline or a roadmap after the training? What happens? Because we've had trainings. Even currently, we've trained some of our people ourselves. But we need clearer vision of what happens after this training. But they don't have, they just want to come and, dump and go. So one way we're tackling that is we have what we call Co-Create Abia, where we bring the technology ecosystem with people in the government, and we sit down and we do this roadmap ourselves. We map out strategic plans of what we want to do, how we want to do it, the steps to go through it, right? And then also when people reach out to, do some partnerships, we want to also understand their motives. Most of them is just to get the contract and then disappear, right? Also, do a lot of, vetting to understand what their motives are and how we can work with them. But so far, we've been able to also successfully work with some people and train civil servants, because also the digital transformation work have started, like in the Ministry of Lands. CFO is gotten digitally. You don't even need to come to the office at all, right? And we need those processes to go across all MDAs. But the journey has started. I know that very soon we'll be able to go paperless as Edo State, and maybe even faster than Anambra. So that's the goal, okay. And that's what we're doing. Thank you.
Fantastic. I think it's super important to realize that if we want to win the fight against corruption, I think we have to innovate our way out of this, right? Because if the systems that we have, if we continue to go manual, files will continue to get missing, people will continue to act with impunity, and all whatnot. So it's really important to know. I think you mentioned something around the Abia Co-Create. I think it's something that other states, I don't know if that is currently happening in my states, But I think it's something that we can also see how we can replicate it. And I'm sure if Anambra State wants to do the same, I'm sure they'll reach out to you. You will not be so far away from us. So very quickly, I'll just go to Mr. Maurice Jack. We want to know exactly in Abia State, in Akwa Ibom, how exactly, I think you had mentioned it the other time, but then we want to know how is your state leveraging technology and innovation to improve public service delivery? I know you had mentioned you have your portals and all of that. If you can just a little bit of expand on it, give us a bit of a context. I think she had mentioned that in the Ministry of Lands, you don't have to come to the office. You just stay where you are, make your payments, and you get information. So we want to know what's the context like in Abia State.
All right, thank you so much. Let me start by saying that yesterday I was really impressed when I saw representatives from the ministries coming out to pitch. I was really, really impressed.
A round of applause for Anambra State now.
You know, I was really impressed because it shows that, you know, no matter the location, no matter the position, people actually desire the change. Then that is the first thing. There must be a desire. There must be a willingness to change. And I saw that yesterday. So coming back home, or going back home, Akwa Ibom State has successfully implemented the human resource and asset management system. So everything concerning civil servants are now digitalized. You can actually sit in a place and actually do whatever you want to do online in terms of human resource and asset management. So though we still have a couple of, let's say, long way to go, but we are working on that. So that is that for the public sector, or what you talked about. But let me digress a little,
Please
just a little.
Yes.
I want to say here that there is a lot of work that still needs to be done in terms of the government coming into play to enable the citizens achieve what they need to achieve. I was going to say a lot of things, but my sister here, the essay, mentioned it end to end. What is the goal of it all? Because, please, let's just be realistic. The reason why the youths are here trying to learn the innovation is that at the end of the day, they can pay their bills. Am I correct, somebody? Am I correct now?
Yeah.
That is it. So it is very important that as government, if we are coming in to start things like this, we need to know what is the end. How do we have a situation? How do we have a plan, a strategy, so that at the end of the day, these people can actually say, yes, I have learned what I need to learn, and I can actually pay my bills.
Fantastic.
So please, I think we should all be thinking in that direction.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Youths, am I correct?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think one thing is clear. We already have our MCs here. Please give us some time. One thing I could get from what you mentioned is the fact that, like I said before, if we don't innovate, we cannot escape the clutches of corruption. It's just the only way. And like one of the things again that's very key I could see is the end-to-end, right? I mean, you don't do things halfway just because you want to get and then you disappear. It's really important to also put the perspective of end-to-end in whatever conversations that we're looking at. Yeah, so do we, so I'm just going to go through just any final words just before we drop off. Mr. Falui, just very quick, less than 30 seconds.
A little bit of what we learned working with the private sector. You know, those in the private sector are business people. They want to know, what is the need for us, and I found it easier, even at that, working with the private sector than working in government. I served in government, but I do not like government. Government is slow. The bureaucracies are too much. It becomes difficult for you to achieve. Yes, so what I decided to do as commissioner was work more with the private sector and NGOs. But first of all, I had to be transparent.
Of course.
When you're interacting with those who are bringing funding, it's not what is in it for you as commissioner. Because the moment you bring that up, you've ended the deal. There must be a bigger picture. So when they see that, government, using you as a representative is more bothered about the bigger picture, they are more susceptible to giving funding. Two, like I said, the private individuals want to get profit, but government wants to give public service, private individuals want to make money. So that's where there's always a clash.
Yes.
But then there must be, a middle ground where everyone gets to benefit.
Absolutely.
Whoever is bringing some money wants to get some money back, but the focus has to be about the people. And so my suggestion would be to other states, as we travel along this journey, we must put government as a responsible entity that wants to bring goods and services to the people. And when funders see that, they are more interested in supporting what you're doing.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Any final words, Mr. Morris Jack? Just 30 seconds, please.
This is my final words. I'd like to say thank you for having me, us, here in your state. And let me say this, from what I'm seeing here, I think you should be looking at 3 million Anambra digital tribe. One is too small.
Round of applause. All right, the final words.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me to Anambra State and Ms. Chinwe. And for this panel, I think it's important to also, these conversations are ongoing where we can learn from fellow sister states on what they're doing. I had connected with Honorable Commissioner yesterday because I was really interested in the funding of, because like he had said, some processes can be slow when you're waiting on the government flow and all of that. And I'm looking forward to that. So for people listening and asking, how does this concern you as an entrepreneur? It also means, like Mr. Tommy Davis said in his speech, when you're building, also align yourself to available fundings. Because even if you want to scale whatever you're doing, you need money to scale.
Absolutely.
And your innovative idea can only come to life with funding as well. So just make sure whatever you're doing aligns to developmental plans, and also keep seeking opportunities. Because once you're seeking it, you would see them when they come. But if you're not out for it, you won't see them. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. And just to keep the conversation going, to Madam SID, we hope that there is going to be a platform where we'll keep the conversation going, so that we don't just end it there and then the conversation dies off and then it's all merry-go-round again. Thank you so much. Oh, okay, yes. So so to keep the conversation going, please scan and yeah, let's keep the conversation going. Thank you so much. Can we have, we'll just have a picture? Oh, yeah. All right.
Please, let's appreciate this panel. Thank you so much for the insights. Now we know that it's necessary to see the bigger picture. Think impact. The reason why this program is such a huge success already is because it is for Anambra youth. They come here daily from Monday. The government takes care of everything, their welfare. It's just leave your house, come and learn. That's it. Don't think about what you eat, drink, just come. I think the Anambra State government deserves a bigger applause for this initiative. Yes, that's it. We don't have to bother about anything. Just come and learn. Yeah. Thank you so much, says Mr. Chinedu Nwokolo. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Now, remember, we must innovate if we are serious about ending corruption. And we're also to align our goals to the SDGs. Now, there's someone here who has 20K to give. When I get the feelers on what the modalities will be, I'll have to confer with our convener. So she'll tell me exactly what to do. It's an academic, a doctor who loves what is going on and feels that he wants to also support what is going on here. So I will find out how we can get that done, and hopefully before. So that's for you to know that there is a lot. We also have a phone waiting to be won. This phone is waiting for the person who will take it home. And I know that that person is going to be, they are sleeping. Oh, are you still here? Who is going home with that phone? I, right? You, I believe. And that will happen. Remember as well that you are to align your goals to the developmental plans, the SDGs, if you want to attract funding. Those are the takeaways from the panel we just... Okay, so we have the Davises came for this program. Not just, we had Tommy Davis before, and now we're going to have someone else who goes by the same surname shortly speaking to us, because we have another speaker standing by to join us by 4. So we have to get this speech done before 4 o'clock so we can hiccup and get that presentation relayed. Are you ready for the next presentation? Tell me you're ready. Just encourage me to do what I have to do. Are you ready? Thank you. I love that, the lifting of the hand. Okay, so tell us who is coming up next. Technical, please. Tell us.
The engineer, technology expert, and the current president and
The applause. I like the smile on his face. I don't want him to stop smiling, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, I want to appreciate the opportunity to be here in Anambra. This happens to be my first time in Anambra, so it's really exciting to be here. I also want to commend the Anambra State Government for this beautiful initiative. I think if you've never held any technology position in the state, you wouldn't understand the importance of what Chinwe is doing in Anambra. Something exciting is that I see government involving IT in its core policy, which is something that I think is going to be sustainable in the long run. So good afternoon, guests, innovators, and change makers. It is an honor to stand before you today at the Anambra Innovation Week 2024, where we gather to discuss the theme, Creating the Future of Africa Now. This theme captures the urgency of our collective missions to shape a continent brimming with opportunities and possibilities. Today, I'll be speaking on a topic central to this mission, which is building a scalable business for a startup. I have a slide. I don't know if the slide can be up.
Oh, okay. So please go back to the introduction. So a business model, simply put, is an engine that powers a company. Next slide, please. It powers a company. It describes how a company creates, drives, and captures value. So these are basic elements, interactive elements within a business model. And the purpose is to create value, to generate revenue, and to capture revenue generation model, and also to capture efficient delivery model for the business. A scalable business model allows a startup to grow exponentially while keeping costs manageably. So you do the same thing, you want to scale up, you want to have a lot of people to be involved in it. You scale without increasing the cost of production. Now, I'll give you an instance. How many of you guys know about Digital Bridge Institute? Let me see your hand, please, if you know about Digital Bridge Institute. Just one person. We're not doing a good job then. DBI is a training institute in Nigeria with about 6 campuses distributed across this country. It is regionally distributed to achieve some level of spread nationally. And when I say campuses, I mean university-grade campuses. We have in Yola, Kano, Lagos, Asaba, Enugu, and all of that. With this massive infrastructure, it is also difficult to mention that we cannot cater for 1 million people in a year, because each campus has 150 rooms and suites. So how do we do? So what happens to the goal of trying to train more than 5 million or 6 million people within a short period of time? The problem of scale. How do we scale training without our physical infrastructure? On issue of scalability, to maintain costs while you expand, you must bring in innovation and technology. And I think that is the basic reason why we have startups everywhere. So what we are trying to do with that is see how we can adopt AI. First of all, an AI that serves as career guidance so that people can sit in front of their computers and interact with an agent. The agent gets to know them and then offer career advice to these people. What technology will help achieve with that is that we're going to have a large number of people who are interacting with agents without having to come to our campuses, isn't it? Now, that is the role of technology and innovation in scaling that process. The next phase is, how about we having something like an AI interactive agent? Or let me call it a more personalized agent at this instance. So once you have been advised, you have been career guided by an AI agent, you have a situation where you now personalize the agent to know you better. Now, based on that knowledge of you, a personalized agent is able to generate learning content that is specific to you. So, for instance, a content that teaches what a variable is for Mr. A is likely to be different from the explanation of variable for Mr. B. Now, that is how scale, and that's how technology and innovation will promote scale. Now, what we will be able to achieve with that is a situation where 5 million rollouts, we can express 5 million rollouts within a year without necessarily increasing the cost of our trainings at that. So that explains what a scalable business model is, allowing technology and innovation to help your business grow exponentially while keeping costs and manageable. For African startups, scalability is not just a pathway to success. It is the key to solving the unique challenge we face, from unemployment to limited access to essential services. I will give an example. I see a lot of speakers mention Paystack. Paystack story seems to connect more deeply with a lot of us in this building, where it is an African story that everyone can relate with. From 2015 to 2020, we saw how a business started so little to solve African business problem, and then scale up gradually. 5 years on the dot, raising $200 million from Stripe. I mean, it's a story that everybody is interested in and everybody is speaking about. Next slide, please. Steps to building a scalable business model. But before that, I want to speak about the African opportunity for why we should have startups. Africa is a pivotal moment with over 1.4 billion people, which means we have the people. A youthful population, increasing internet penetration, and mobile-first economies, the potential for innovation is vast. However, this opportunity comes with challenges: infrastructure gaps, regulatory hurdles, funding limitations. These challenges make it even more critical to design business models that can scale effectively, delivering value to many without being bogged down by rising costs or inefficiency. The key elements of a scalable business model. Start with a lean model. Tom Davis actually highlighted this step, so I'm just going to rush. Start with a lean business model. Validate these ideas with MVP and gather customer feedback. So instead of spending 100 million on bringing out a perfect solution, it is very, very good for you to just spend to bootstrap. Have 100,000 naira to just have a bootstrap, come up with, to have an MVP, and then you listen to feedback. Now your iteration should be based on these feedbacks you get from customers. You focus on your core market. The knowledge of your market is key. Optimize operations. Think global and act local. You can see that from the Paystack story. The original intention of purpose or value proposition of Paystack was to help connect local business to the international, global digital economy. What was the clear problem Paystack was trying to solve? They solved the problem of payment. Make payment very easy for people, for businesses across the globe. So clear value proposition, your product must have a clear value proposition. It must have a repeated process, because by having an MVP, you are not done yet. You just push that out for you to listen to user feedbacks and all. Now that we have discussed the theory, let me share the story of Paystack, a true Nigerian success, to show how these elements work in practice. Shola and Ezra recognize the significant problems. Businesses in Nigeria struggle to accept online payments. Now, this is an opportunity that was cited by these two guys. Now, there was no efficient user-friendly platform tailored to African businesses. I remember before Paystack, if you're having any e-commerce platform that you need to integrate payments, it was always a cumbersome solution until Paystack came. All you need to just to get a snippet of code, drop on your website, and then you have payment on the platform. So they were more interested in creating a user-friendly payment system. With a vision to solve this problem, they founded Paystack. This was in 2015. Now let's look at the scalable business model of Paystack. There was clear value propositions. Help local businesses access global digital economy in terms of payment. 2, create a user-friendly payment platform. Now, they use technology as a lever. They leverage cutting-edge technology to build a secure and scalable platform. Their software could handle thousands of transactions simultaneously, ensuring they could grow without major disruption. Now, this is where disruption comes in. Now, they went global and think local. They use global standards to solve local problems. While Paystack maintained global security and compliance standards, they tailored their product to meet the unique needs of African businesses. For example, they included local payment methods like USSD and mobile money. Now, let's look at the network effect. What I helped them is that businesses were talking to businesses, and then gradually they achieved their market fit. As more businesses used Paystack, they attracted more customers, creating a circle where growth fueled further growth. They had their own challenges. What are these challenges? Because having a startup in Nigeria comes with a lot of challenges as well. Paystack faced significant hurdles, including skepticism. There was reputational issue of Nigeria within the investors' ecosystem. I think they broke that chain eventually. They struggled so hard until they were accepted by Y Combinator, and then had opportunity to reach out to a lot of venture capitals within the Y Combinator system. The exposure opened doors to global investors, including Stripe, which eventually acquired Paystack in 2020 for over $200 million. Now, this story is more than just Paystack. It's about resilience, innovation, and building with scalability in mind. For entrepreneurs, Shola and Ezra started small, solving a specific problem for a local market. Their vision for scalability drove their success. For investors, Paystack journey shows the transformative potential of African startups when given the right support. Immediately they pass the hurdles of reputation, it opens the gate. It's more like it opened the gate for everyone to be in that conversation. Like Shola and Ezra, every one of us has the potential to create solutions that will not only solve local problems, but scale to impact millions. The question is, what problem will you solve? And how will you make it scalable? By building scalable businesses, we can create the future of Africa now. And I want to applaud Anambra government for starting this initiative. When I was going out, I told a friend, I wish every state is having its own innovation district, and we are all having this conversation at once. What can we learn from Paystack's story? Let's explore the steps you can take to build your own scalable model, which are what we mentioned earlier. To start lean, focus on your core markets, optimize your operations, think global, act local, plan for capital efficiency. All of these are things I saw on Tom Davis' presentation. We don't have to look far for inspiration. We have Flutterwave. We've seen the story of Flutterwave. The tech giant scaled its payment infrastructure across Africa by forming strategic partnerships with global brands like Visa. Jumia, Kobo 360. The challenges and strategies. Scaling startup in Africa isn't easy. We face infrastructure gaps, funding limitations, regulatory complexities, and talent shortages. I saw Code Anambra there. And I hope what I have on my mind is that Code Anambra is going to fully leverage the youth population within Anambra to churn out massive talent within the innovation district. But challenges are often present with opportunities. Here, we can address them. Leverage partnership. Collaborate with government, NGOs, and larger corporations to overcome structure and funding barriers. The current Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy has secured funding to the tune of $2 billion to lay 90,000 fiber across Nigeria. Now, it's going to be 90,000 km on top of the current 35,000 km. It is remarkable, and I see that as a game changer in terms of solving the Nigeria's infrastructural problem. Focus on talent development, train local talents, and bridge skill gaps. Innovate with constraint, turn limitation into strengths by building mobile-first solutions or centralized services. The future vision. The future belongs to startups that build for longevity, empower communities, and drive intra-African trade. I heard Tom Davis mention the African Continental Free Trade Area. Startups can now scale across borders, creating solutions that resonate continent-wide. As I conclude, let me leave you with this thought. Entrepreneurs build with scalability in mind from day one. Investors support startups that demonstrate both scalability and social impact. Policymakers create environments where startups can thrive, innovate, and scale. Together, we can build scalable businesses that not only drive economic growth, but also solve Africa's most pressing challenges. Let me quote Peter Drucker. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Let's create the future of Africa now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Davis. Please, let's give him another resounding applause, Mr. Daisa Davis, We appreciate. Thank you. Thank you very much for all the thoughtful quotes you left us with. And that brings us to the point. We have another presentation, hopefully coming up next. But I see that we have joining us here at this time the MD CEO of FABDA is here, Mr. Emeka Ilogalo. Please, let's give him a resounding applause. That's the Fisheries and Aquaculture Development Agency in Anambra State. The Fisheries and Aquaculture Business Development Agency, FABDA. Thank you so much. We call him Dr. Fish, Dr. Emeka Ilogalo. Thank you so much. And he always moves around with fish to give. So just locate him and take your own. Okay. And I also see that we've been joined by the special advisor to Mr. Governor on Entertainment, Culture, and Media. He is a veteran Nollywood actor. Bob Manuel Udopu is here. Thank you so much, sir. And he takes his place beside his brother, Mr. Kenneth Mbaro, of Comworld, Newi. If you haven't been to Comworld, please get ready. Maybe next year we'll have a tour. The youth will go there from Solution Innovation District. We'll just go and sleep there for some time. Just watch movies and have fun and come back to Oka. All right. I believe that we are set for the next Just Feed Me technicals because I hope that Mr. Iyolua, if we can get him, I need to know because Mr. Mishak would like to tell us a few things more about the pitch that must happen. We have 4 sessions. We'll have 2 before the panel session on creative economy. We'll just split it, maybe 2 sessions, so that our celebrities can see what we've been doing all this while. We want you to see a bit of everything. It's been a lot. You'll see how the small businesses are pitching, how the startups want to go about, and hopefully in your panel, during the panel, you can offer insights on how they can do things better depending on what they've planned. Okay, so are we good for the virtual? If I can get a signal, because Mr. Mishak, I think he just has to come. Mr. Mishak, please, while I get to discover what's going on the ground, let's have you pitchers. If you're here to pitch, get ready to get all the details about what's expected of you once you come on stage, what you should do, and all, so that you'll probably be a winner or one of the winners. Mr. Mishak deserves an applause because he's back again.
Thank you very much. All right, so for the pitching finals, we would have 2 categories. First of all, I'm going to introduce our judges. We would have 2 categories of pitches first, and then we would take the other 2. So I'm just going to list the broad categories again. We have the undergraduates who have interesting ideas to pitch. We have the startups from outside Anambra State. I think we should put our hands together for the governor. Very magnanimous to actually include startups that are not operational within the state and giving them capital as well. Then we have startups that are from and operational in Anambra State. And then we have SMEs. So these are the 4 broad categories of startups that will be pitching today. So we will start out with the first 2 categories. If you were one of the people that was selected, please make sure that your pitch deck has been handed over to the media group. Right. So if you were shortlisted, we would like you to immediately move to my right, your left side of the hall. So the extreme to your left, right behind the white chairs. So maybe you leave one row and then sit right behind, from the second row of white chairs. And please sit down according to your category. Also, earlier on, I announced the SMEs that were selected. However, after the announcement, we were told by Madam Chinwe that there were other SMEs exhibiting outside that were part of the competition. So during the break and earlier on, we had to go out to also evaluate the SMEs outside. So from that number as well, we have taken on 4 new SMEs to join the 5 that were earlier selected. So I'm just going to call them out. All right. We have Elwin Amachasis. Mr. Elwin Honoro should join the selected people that will be pitching under the SME section. We have Malza. Malza should join those pitching for the SME session. We have Ua O Agro should join those pitching for the SME session. And then we have Oma Freak Designs. Chidima Onyeda should join those pitching for the SME sessions. Please, I would like to confirm that all your slides have been submitted. For those of you pitching with slides, I think the SMEs don't have to use slides, but everybody else. Are all slides submitted to the media? Mr. Daniel, please, can I have you here, please? Okay, so we'll start the pitching with the SMEs. So I'm just going to give you the order of the pitch, so you can begin to get ready. But we're going to have a panel in between, so you have some time to make sure all the slides and everything is ready. So we'll start out. The first segment will have the SMEs, and then the undergraduates will pitch first. Remember, you are pitching for the chance to be on the top 3 that would be winning the award with the governor tomorrow. The criteria for your pitch? What are you going to be judged by? So everyone. So, Mr.
Okay, it's been, hello, good afternoon, everyone. I know we are waiting for this, and it's been a tough one. There are a lot of competitions going on. We're going to start from the SME category, judge the SMEs, and then from the SME categories, we want to get the top 3 from the SME categories. You have just 3 minutes to tell us what your business is, and tell us what you are doing, and tell us what opportunities exist in your business. So we want to invite to the stage our judges, okay? On the first on the list of our judges is the convener of Startup South, Uche Aniche. Please put your hands together for him. Please put your hands together for him. And next after him, honorably, we are having our boss join as a judge. Please put your hands together for Desa David, the director, the president, Digital Bridge Institute. This is my boss. Please put your hands together for him. And third on the list is my friend and a very solid angel investor. I forgot to say that Uche Aniche is also the lead of Southeast South Angel Network. He has invested in a number of startups. Why I'm saying this is that so that we understand that in this process, that you did not make it to the top 3 doesn't mean you've lost. It also means that you are speaking to angels that might have interest in investing in your business, or someone they know might be interested in investing in your kind of startup or business. So last but not the least, let's invite for the pitching my own personal angel, Ifeanyi Adreka, the CEO of Connect Broadband Limited. Please put your hands together for him. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready? So it's going to be easy. We're going to start with the small businesses. They come to the stage. If you hear your name, you have to be fast. You come to the stage and stand where I'm standing. You don't need to climb. They can stay here, right? Eh? This is easier so that we can manage flow. Yes. They tell us what your business is about, what opportunities. And we'll start with small businesses. If you have something to show, please, you feel free to come with it and tell us what it is, and then we move. Can we start now? Okay, they should go up. Okay. Oh, sorry. You know, a bushman is a bushman. They say we should go up. Okay, this. Yes. But there is a link. Should you give them that link? I think they can use sheet. So use sheet. Yes.
All right, so everyone. This is the criteria which you'll be judged by. So So the first criteria is innovation and originality. This is an innovation week. So we want to know how innovative your solution is. What are you doing differently? What is unique about it? 2, what is the impact and problem solving? What problem are you solving? And what is the impact of what your solution is? 3, how feasible is it? The execution of it, how feasible is it? 4, what's the market potential and business model? So how are you going to make money? And finally, what's the team behind it? Who are those who are going to make this happen? Are they uniquely suited to make this work? So these are the criteria which you will be judged by, and our judges have been briefed. So at this point, I'd like to start calling the SMEs for their presentation. Once I get a go-ahead from the judges. Give me a green light for me. Green light for me. Give me a green light for cold. All right, great. So give the judges some minutes to think. And this will be the order. So the first SME to pitch will be date fruit powered sweetener. So I think you should already come. We have one more judge. Felicita Aku from Afri Labs to please join us. Please put your hands together for her. Yes. Oh. We have more paper. Let me see if I can take. Sorry, can I try and move this away?
Whose hand?
All right, you have 3 minutes to pitch and 2 minutes of questions from the judges. Are we ready, judges?
Good evening, no. Good evening, sirs. Good evening, ma. My name is Obodo Chidema Modesta, and the topic of my pitch is date fruit powdered sweetener, using it as a substitute to sugar. Looking at the move and the innovative mind that is coming up and trending, everyone wants to invent into natural products. So there are a lot of health benefits to these date fruits, as we all know. One of them is it aids in digestion as a result of the fiber content that it contains. It also aids in brain. It also helps in maintenance of blood sugar level. So with this, is something that will give solution to the whole world. As we all know that artificial industrial sugar and the sum of other artificial sugar that is going on now has been a threat to our health. So that's the solution. And so far so good that I've started producing it. I've been able to sell up to 150 cups. And I know that with investors coming in, I can as well sell more. I can as well sell more and also get machine that can help both in drying, both in milling, and also employing our fellow youths as well to also walk with me along. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Daniel, this is the SME category, right? Okay, cool. Thank you. Do we have any question for the team? Fine, do you have a question for the team? Felicita.
Thank you for your presentation. So, being that your product is edible, right? What do you call it now? Like NAFDAC, regulatory protocols have you observed for this product?
I've met NAFDAC personnel, but the funding that he told me about, I've not been able to gather it, so I've not made any move, but I'm planning and hoping that soon I'll
How many of these products have you sold so far?
I've sold up to 150 cups because even my lecturers, because I presented it as a project topic in my school, my supervisors, they also have a test of it. I've met some people in the bank system that have bought it so far.
Okay, can I see a cup of this? And what's the name? How long ago did you start this?
I started it as a business this year.
Like January?
Yeah, January.
Okay. All right, thanks. So is the name of is Date Fruits, or there's no name? What's the name of the business?
Dima the Modest Food and Service.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I get to clarity, this is alternative to sugar, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no health effects, nothing.
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we can go ahead.
Right. So next we have Ultima.Vetech Limited. Are you ready? You have 3 minutes and 2 minutes for questions.
I need a share. The time starts now. I need a share. Good afternoon, everyone in the auditorium. My name is Ibebugu Valentine. I'm the CEO, Ultima.Vetech. Happy. We are into research and development. On the research, we are into power electronics. Based on the problem we are facing presently in the country, that's why we were able to come up with these few items you are seeing here. The first is the street light. As you can all see and testify, most of these imported products we have in the country, they are failing us. And even when they are working, if they have an issue, fixing them is another problem. They become use and throw away. So there is a need for us to go indigenous. And that is why we were able to come up with some of these products, and they are working. They are super bright LEDs. They work from night till the next day. They will go off again to pick up again the next day. That is the solar street light you are having here. Though we don't have the solar panels, but the batteries are inside here. That is number one. Then the second one is on a gray color is our UPS on it. This UPS, we all know that most of the UPS in the market, you buy UPS under 6 months, you have them packed up. You can't fix them anymore. You know, what is the problem? The battery. And you keep on changing batteries from time to time. But with this, our UPS, which is making use of lithium phosphate battery, the minimum years you can get here is 3 years. You have a steady power UPS working 24 hours. And that is for our UPS. Then by my left-hand side here, we have our solar generator. Yes, I don't know. The fuel prices are increasing on a daily basis. NEPA people are trying to provide light as much as possible as they can. But now I know everybody is feeling the heat this time around. And that is why we'll be able to come up with this solar generator. Inside this solar generator, we have battery inside it. We have charge controller. We have everything that is needed. With this singular solar generator, it can take good care of your fridge, take good care of everything in the house, 24 hours. It has been tested and proved. So, now, based on all these things, we'll be able to come up with, we are looking at partners so that we can create a lot of jobs for our youth. These things are being produced here in Anambra State. They are being fabricated locally. If we can get people that can partner with us, we are going to create a lot of jobs for our youth. That is one. Then two, the production of the appliance, I don't think there is any state that is doing what we are doing today. Anambra State can be a Japan of Africa, can be a Japan of Nigeria. Other states will start coming to pick these things from us instead of importing these trailer loads of goods into the country. And at the end of the day, me and you is the ones consuming
I love
these
you,
items.
but your time is up.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the audience.
Wait, you take some questions.
Okay.
The judges will ask you some questions.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for you, and that is, what is the capacity of that all-purpose, because I don't want to call it inverter, but because you said it has the...
Call it hybrid
Hybrid, right. So what's the capacity?
This is 1.3 kVA.
In comparison with getting similar capacity if I were to go for solar.
Okay. This is
in terms of, hold on, in terms of cost effectiveness. So if I were to buy this 1.3 kVA from you, how much would you sell it?
It's far cheaper when it comes to price. Then the longevity is also far better than the normal conventional battery we have in the market, because this is a lithium battery. The energy density of lithium battery is 80%. The energy density of the normal battery lead acid is 30%. You can see you can't compare the two, right?
All right, I have two questions for you. The first is, where do you source the parts? The second, okay, maybe you should answer the first.
Okay, as you can see, the parts, they are selling pans in our market here. Then we have a folding machine which is being constructed by our company. You know, when we get all these things, we take the measurement and fold them. You perforate them according to the designs we made. Then we fix those components inside it.
How about the PCB?
The PCB, we design the PCB here in Nigeria, in Anambra State here. Or there is something we call circuit maker or deep trace. We design it based on...
You print the PCB here?
Yes, we print it here, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so, okay, first of all, she asked about the price. You didn't answer that question earlier.
Okay, the 3 kVA you just said, Or this particular, which of them?
No, the 1.3
This one now.
kVA, yeah.
This one now is 900,000. But when you have to go for with the solar panel and everything, then when you have to go with equivalent in the market, you are spending not less than 1.5 million. And the long, as in the load this one can carry is far better than that one.
Okay, so one question. What makes you think, or how do you think your product stand out from the one in the market? And what's innovative about your product?
Okay. Now, first is this. I'm an indigenous person. I have a name to protect. If I should have a name to protect, I'll make sure that my product will stand the test of time. That is number one. Then, I'm an indigenous. I know the kind of problem we are facing. I'm not just like every other person that went to China, or opportunity that went to China to get those things. I know the problems we are facing. Then I factor those things in the circuit, in as much as possible that I'm the one that designed the circuit that is working here. So I know the challenges we are facing. Based on that, I can beat up with the existing ones.
All right. I think we run out of time for you, but I think I should ask you this last question. Who are your current competitors?
My current competitors are the Chinese people.
Who are your current local competitors?
For now, I don't have any local competitors.
All right. There are. Are we supposed to give feedback? Okay.
Yeah, give some feedback, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, hi. Brilliant presentation. However, your last response indicates a lack of proper market research, because I personally know at least 5 to 6 outfits that are doing the same thing, right? People in Aba, people in Enugu and different places, but that's fine. I have just 2 questions. One is the team that does the actual assembly of all the components within the system. You say you designed the system. Do you have any IPs? Do you have any patents and stuff like that?
For now, we don't have any patents. And for you to have a patent, it needs a higher being, as in what it takes to get a patent is not something that is easy.
Not a problem. What's the current size of your team?
Yeah, we are 5.
And how many of them are technical that can do the electrical part of the
what do you say?
Assembly? How many of them are technical?
We have 3 of them.
Okay, so how many of these devices are you able to produce today in a 1-month span?
Okay. See, the problem we are facing is we don't have machines to facilitate, to make it to be faster, because everything is manpower.
How many do you produce?
Okay, but how many are you able to produce in your current capacity?
In a month?
Yes.
In a month?
In a month, yes.
You can produce,
an estimate?
We can produce up to 30.
30 units?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. I think we've run out of time. By way of feedback, I think that you may need to do additional work in terms of understanding the competitive landscape. All right? So thank you. Let's put our hands together. What's the name of the business?
Ultima.vtech. Ultima.vtech Nigeria Limited, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
So thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you. So up next, we have We Care Nursing Services. We Care Nursing Services. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chukwuemele Miracle Eke, a certified nursing assistant and the founder of We Care Nursing Services. We find out that our parents, as they age, most of them find themselves struggling with chronic conditions such as stroke, hypertension, diabetes, sight impediment, and the rest of it. These conditions require constant medical care, attention, and support. But the hospital is not a place one would desire to stay for a prolonged period of time. So there is need for a living care assistant. We Care Nursing Services is solving the problem of providing living care givers, nurses that will live with them at home and provide 24 hours service, both personal care and medical care. So currently, we have 2 clients that we service on a monthly basis in Anambra State, in Oka, and we are looking at servicing up to 1,000 clients and to employ nothing less than 2,000 nurses within the next 3 years. Our main source of revenue is from the service fees we charge our clients, and we have 2 pricing models for a living care and for a daily home care nursing visit. Our team comprises of registered nurses, certified nursing assistants, and medical doctors that we can call and they respond immediately. We are looking for a business grant that we can use to cover for building our app, an app that our people can use to book our services, schedule a medical appointment with their doctor, and also an integration with AI that can diagnose and prescribe treatment for our clients. And then, as you give us this money, we hope to use it to do exactly as we've said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Judges.
Okay, you are alone in your team? You are alone?
No, sir.
What's the team size?
Okay, currently I have a team of 4. Apart from the nurses that we deploy, the nurses registered with our company that we deploy to patients' home.
So what is the role of each member? The 4, what is their role?
Okay, we have a doctor in our team. We have our matron, who is also a nurse, and then we have a tech guy and myself.
You are the CEO?
Yes, sir.
So I know that you're a certified nurse. That's what you just said, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me a bit about your experience as a certified nurse? Where have you worked before?
Okay, I have 2 years of experience in the nursing field. I've worked in New Mayor Hospital, and also for a living care.
Have you seen anything, any product in the market that looks like what you are proposing, or this is novel, this is new?
Yeah, it's novel in Anambra State. It's outside, but it's not here.
Yeah, outside. Who are your competitors? Who are the people doing something similar to what you're doing?
Oh, I've not seen any company doing what I'm doing in Anambra State.
Beyond Anambra, who are your competitors?
Okay, home care agencies like my own. Yes, they are my competitors.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Nkanok Creative Limited.
I noticed something. Please look very well where you are sitting, if the floor is cracking. I guess not. What if we come here tomorrow and you notice that it has cracked? Of course, it could happen due to climate change, because we are not taking action. We are not taking action. This can happen. The earth has many people, but it's fading away. And that is why I'm here, because I can't handle this alone. My name is Mboy Kanke Okun, also known as Innovator Nkanok. I'm the founder of Nkanok Creative Limited, a sustainable waste management company based in Akwa Ibom State. I came here all the way from Akwa Ibom State. What we do is simple. We turn trash to treasure, waste to wealth. We go into the street after noticing the environmental degradation due to the increase of waste every day. And the hands that are, solving this problem are very few. So we launch into the niche. We choose the niche. And not just to make money, but to conserve our green planet because we are passionate for it. But so far, for sustainability, we have been able to convert, like what you've seen here, these waste tires into a functional and eco-friendly product, like chairs. We have here baskets made with tires. We have here chairs you can use in your... So many functional products. I came from Akwa Ibom, so our product is not movable. I would have brought them here. So many of them. So far, we've been able to save more than 5,000 tires from ending up in the landfills. And we are still putting effort to do more. How do we sell our products? And this is where we are exceptional. We distinguish ourselves from our competitors. We don't just go about telling people, buy this for your house or this. We sensitize the people on the importance of taking care of the planet, supporting the circular economy practices, that the way everyone can partake is by buying and purchasing the upcycled product, and by that we've been able to penetrate the market. We have people buying from us from Onitsha. We have people buying from us from all over the place, and we've been making a lot of impact from the... So in a year, we can sell, like the basket, the chairs, up to 500 pieces within a year. God has given us this grace, but we have a challenge, and that is why we are here and are seeking for this funding. The challenge we have is we struggle to collect these tires from various locations because we do not have mobility. We oftenly use bikes. If you see how I carry this tire because of my passion for the planet, I pack it like this, and that is why we are here. You give us this fund, we are going to use this fund to buy tricycle truck. By next year, if we come here, we will shut. You will say we will, because our vision is to drive, a group to become a voice in the upcycling and recycling industry, where we push the circular economy, where there is no waste in the environment. Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you. I'm sure the audience love your passion and they love your energy, and I also do, right? So, well done. I'd just like to caution that you make sure that your message is not lost in your, in a bid to show your passion, right? Just ensure that the message is not lost, right? But, fantastic pitch. Well done. I'm sure the judges have questions to ask.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I'm a little bit confused. Just taking off of what he said, you started with waste management, but I'm hearing a lot of recycling.
Okay.
In your business model. So, are you a waste management, waste disposal, recycling? What is the core of what you do?
Okay. Why I started with that tone was because I was talking about the problem we found. The environmental degradation due to a lot of increase of waste in the environment, including tires, that people are not concerned about. And so that was what drive our passion first. And then we turned it to an opportunity into upcycling.
So your focus is recycling of non-biodegradable waste?
Yes, sir.
That's a clearer pitch.
You, sir.
Now, the products that I'm seeing, you guys put them into...
No, we don't break it down. Basically, what we are doing is called upcycling, not actually recycling, because recycling is breaking it and then turning it to
That is fine, but you have equipment that does this whole process.
Yes,
What's the size of your team?
Okay, we are 3 currently.
There are 3 of you?
Yes.
And then how many of these products have you produced in the past 6 months or 1 year?
In the past 6 months?
Yes.
In the past 6 months, we've been able to produce up to 20. In the past 6 months, up to 20.
Up to 20.
Up to
Up
20.
to 20 of everything here.
No, excluding the basket. The basket, we've been producing it monthly. We can produce up to 50 to 70 of this.
Okay.
Average 50 of
So
it. Because we are taking
which
to
one?
the market
Which one did
daily.
you produce up to 20?
The chairs.
The chairs, up
Yes.
to 20 of
Yes.
the chairs. Okay. And all of this is done manually.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So currently, how do you gather this waste? Because you said you don't have mobility just yet. So how do you assess these raw materials, the tires?
Okay, looking at the challenge, I said, the mobility, how to get these tires, how we source these tires, we collaborate with garbage waste collectors and other waste managers. So while they collect these tires, they give it to us.
One last question, please.
And we,
apart from these products, are there other products?
So many.
Okay.
Like what we have here, I will be so excited to.
Don't worry, we're actually out of time, right? Okay. So thank you so much for your pitch, and
thank you, sir.
Thank you. What's the name of your business again?
Nkano Creative Limited.
Nkano? Oh, great.
Up next, we have Elwin Amanchasis. Your time starts now.
Yeah, good afternoon, judges. My name is Elwin Anoro. I'm the CEO and founder of Elwin Amanchasis Company Limited. Here we do agribusiness. We are enabling agriculture. We are using technology to enable the traceability in agriculture. And we are targeting the rural farmers. Those farmers that they are not well equipped with technology to determine what's happening in their farm, to communicate them to the consumer. The world is very interested in where their crop or where their food is coming from right now. By 2030, the population of Nigeria will be having about 260 million Nigerians. And these people are going to be sustained by food. And the type of food they are going to be eating then will not be a food that will be rotten in one day. And we're also trying to help the farmers to understand adaptation, climate action, using biocare to sustain the production of crop in agriculture. And some of our products, we do cashew nuts, wholly produced and packaged in Anambra State. We also do sesame seed, wholly produced, packaged in Anambra State. We also have ginger, and we also have turmeric powder. Thank you.
Thank you. Judges.
So you just use preservatives, right?
No, not preservatives.
Just the powder of these items you mentioned.
But they are single origin food products from Anambra State.
So currently, how are you distributing your products? Are you present in any stores, supermarkets?
We are present in stores in Anambra and outside Anambra State.
Can you give an estimate number of stores you're in today?
We are 9.
And
within
what
the
would you say is your monthly sales volume?
In Naira, we have done, last month of October, we do $1 million plus.
So I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to marry the beginning of your pitch with the ending of the pitch. The world is we're getting to the point where the world wants to understand where the food they eat comes from. How you work with people in the rural areas using technology to help them. Once that you said you help them do again. Yeah, and then ultimately I now see that you package stuffs and you sell. So can you help me connect them?
Okay. What we do is that the farmers are the one producing, but we train them to produce according to the specification of our market demand. So they don't just produce what they know. We give them the specifications, which fertilizer to use, and which actual time to use that fertilizer. And also, we have a technology whereby whatever happens on the farm, we are able to see what the farmer is doing.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, you have think time.
Okay. Yes, there's a lot of disconnect, like he said, right? So, are there a specific number of products that you're targeting? And when you say farmers, so how do you provide the support for them? Do you go there in person? Is there a platform where you manage them? Like, how does it work?
Yes, I said there's a platform. The platform is a technology platform where we have their data, the name of the farm, the name of the farmer, the crop they are growing, as well as the size of their farm. And even the precise location of the farm is also captured on that.
How many farmers are you working with right now?
We have about 70 of them.
In Anambra State
yes.
alone?
And we're also targeting export markets.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together.
Up next, we have Malza.
Okay, good day, everyone. Okay, my name is Caleb Godson. I'm a survivor of child abuse. I survived emotional abuse, physical abuse, and sexual abuse when I was growing up as a child. And it affected my self-confidence, my relationship with people, and my education in general. But what if I had Mauser? Hence, what is Mauser? Mauser is a child protection software that allows Nigerians report child abuse without having their identity disclosed. According to UN, there are about 65% rate of child abuse in Nigeria, with 95% of underreporting. Why? Because 85.2% don't know where to report. And the remaining 8.4%, they know where to report, but they are afraid of reporting because of their identity. So when we conducted our research, according to one guy, he said that he has to relocate from Kaduna to another state after reporting because he was afraid that he would be stigmatized. That was why we came up with Mauser. At Mauser, we offer 3 solutions: anonymous reporting, tracking of your reports, and end-to-end feedback after your report. So you can track these reports and know when the child is being rescued, when the child is receiving medical care, and when the culprit is being arrested. Our technology, we want to build a web app for those in rural areas, and we are building a USSD for those in rural areas and web app for those in urban areas. So that is what we want to do. So we also have our target audience. According to UN, we have about 3,000 child protection agencies in Nigeria. So, and these child protection agencies, they want to do their job, but they don't have enough visibility. So we want to build an API that we can give to them for free that will help them do their job. So once we develop the API, we give it to them to create that visibility, because you want to report child abuse, but you don't even know where to report. So when we develop this API, because we understand that this is a social enterprise, so we want to give it out for free so that any concerned citizen out there can file this report and save lives. Talking about our competitive advantage, we have a fair advantage because of our anonymous reporting. 1, because of this real-time tracking. Just like when you order something from Jumia, you can track your goods to know where the goods is at the moment. So we are going to be tracking this report to know when your case has been intervened. And you can give feedback after this intervention to know if you are satisfied. If you are not satisfied, you can give feedback. So I have my team that comprises of a doctor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I have questions, but I think I'd like for Felicity.
Okay, so just give me like a workflow of this app. How does it work? Just briefly.
Okay. When you sign up in the app, you file a report. Now that report is, instead of going to the organization as an email or something, we're going to convert it to a code. So it's going to go to the organization's dashboard as a code. Then from the organization's dashboard, when they get the report, they don't know who filed this report, but they have the details of the report, everything. So they will now intervene. Once they are done intervening, they will come back to their own dashboard because they have their own app, organization's app and reporter's app, and hit intervened. Then the user from his own end can get a feedback that my reports have been intervened. But when you file a report, you have a tracking ID assigned to that particular report that you can use to log in and know the situation report of that particular report when you are processing it and when you have received intervention. So we want,
Okay. But my first question, can you tell me the name of this app again?
It's Mauser. Mauser.
Mauser,
M-A-L-Z-E-A.
Okay,
Yes,
Mauser.
it means a messenger of God.
Mauser.
Yeah.
Okay, great. You've built this already.
We've built the MVP.
You've built it already.
The MVP, yeah.
How many people currently use it? How many people currently use it?
What we built is the MVP. We have not tested, but we have collected the reports manually. We have intervened manually. We have connected people to organizations manually.
How many interventions have you had to do manually?
Manually. Okay, so far we have 2 interventions.
Done 2 interventions?
Yes, so far.
Manually.
Yes. With the help of government, Enugu State government.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you handle false positive? Like, people are disturbing me. I'm managing the app. People are disturbing me. Let me just tell them we are handling it.
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
How do you make sure that somebody does not say they are intervening when they are not intervening?
That they have intervened.
False positive.
When somebody says, we've intervened, they've clicked, we've intervened, but they have not intervened.
All right, sir, thank you. That's why we have the reporter giving us the feedback, because they're the one in that field at the grassroots. Because we have those organizations and they're not visible. Now, when the report has come, we take it to the organization and engage them. There is a work for you people to do. You people should go and do it. And we are asking them to do it. Now, when they have gone to the field and intervened, they come to tell us they've intervened. But we want our reporter to also tell us if he or she, the reporter, is satisfied. We want to hear their feedback. Then we can rate them and know the organizations that are really doing the work.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. What's the business model behind this? How do you make money?
All right. Actually, it's a social enterprise because we are saving everybody's charge. Let's not say. Now, the API has a workflow that anybody, even if you're not a child abuser, even if you're an activist, you can buy this API for people reporting anonymously to you. We have all those people like Very Dark Man. If he takes this API, all those activists that need to report from any area.
So your target is
non-governmental organizations.
NGOs.
Yes,
those are your
NGOs.
customers. Those are your potential customers.
Our initial customer, let's say our North Star, what we want to be satisfied with is the child protection agencies. That is the North Star. But when you talk about the business side, our first, I don't know if our goal.
Okay, last question, because we have to go, right? Okay. Last question would be, in 60 seconds, can you give me like a brief rundown of the experience of your team? I mean, tell me about yourselves.
Okay.
You've done in the past.
Okay.
Summary, 60 seconds.
Okay, we have our team lead. He's not here. He's a doctor, Dr. Bassi. He's an experienced doctor. He's a doctor, Dr. Bassi, and he's also a data analyst. He's the one that came up with this idea. So myself, I'm a product designer, and I'm also a survivor of child abuse. So I connected to it when he pitched it to me. He's a software development engineer. He's a software development engineer. We have our quality assurance engineer and our marketer.
This is
and
your
we have
3MTT
product manager.
Project.
Product manager.
This is your 3MTT project. That's your project, 3MTT project, right?
Yes, started from there.
So let's put our hands together. Thank you.
Sorry, I want to make a quick comment. So I didn't see any component in your design that caters to hotlines. I feel like the easiest way to report this type of situation would just be to dial a phone line.
No, we have USSD, but they can't track with the USSD. So we want to build the app so that they can keep track of this report and they can give feedback. That's why we want to develop the API.
You know there is a reason why the most popular emergency channel is 911, right? Because when you're under duress and you have to report something, the less number of technical stuff you have to do, the better. So I feel like you're missing a key component, which is like a short code or a toll-free line or
we have that.
Something.
USSD, we have that already.
You're still saying USSD.
Yeah. Because of time, we have to just let them go, right?
Yeah.
Thanks. Is this the last for this set? Okay, good.
Okay. The pitches have been very interesting. I'm so sorry, we have to apologize to our esteemed judges. Please bear with us. We have our next speaker waiting online. We've missed his timing all this while, and we don't want to miss the substance that he is to bring to this program. Thank you so much. Can you put your hands together for this very understanding judges? We love you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sirs. We appreciate. Okay, now, I believe that we are ready. Technical, please give me the green light, because we have our last focus talk for today coming up. Please watch.
Which has invested millions of dollars in over 100 startups across the continent. Before his role at Future Africa, Inyolua co-founded 2 of Africa's 7 unicorns, Andela and Flutterwave, shaping the future of tech innovation in the region.
A little more volume.
To Africa's economic growth led him to serve as the youngest member of Nigeria's Presidential Council on Industrial Policy and Competitiveness. Inyolua has been recognized as one of the youngest recipients of the National Award, Officer of the Order of the Niger, OON, and has been honored as a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader. He is also a Forbes 30 Under 30 honoree and has received numerous other accolades for his outstanding contributions to the tech ecosystem. Introducing Inyolua E. Aboyeji.
Fantastic. Am I on now?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Oh, fantastic. Well, good evening, Anambra. How are you doing today? I hope we're all doing very well. I was hoping I would be able to come in person for the Anambra Innovation Week, but unfortunately, I had some scheduling challenges. And I'm glad to be speaking to you virtually today. The topic I was given, and we're going to make this very short, was really just talking through funding, innovative approaches to funding, and I just wanted to share a few thoughts primarily that I've been talking to startups about throughout the year. Specifically, one of the things I like to tell startups is that the most important source of funding for your business is not investors, it's not governments, but it's actually your customer. Many startups often come to us at Future Africa, where I run a venture fund and an accelerator for early stage startups. And they want to talk through funding their startups, but they don't really understand or know their customer. They don't really know their customer. They don't really understand what exactly it is their customer is willing to pay them for. And this is a big problem, especially because I understand where the sentiment comes from. For a big part of the last 3 years, a lot of people were drawn into the startup ecosystem because it felt like the easy way to fund ideas. But I'm sure as many of you who may be watching the news or listening to current startup chatter would have heard, a lot of that funding has dried up, right?
Okay. I believe we're trying to get him back on. As we try to troubleshoot that, let's note that right after this, we're going to have the panel on creative economy. We have everyone who's to sit on that panel already. So we hope to have that and continue with the pitches afterwards. So that's how we intend to run this. I see the President General of Asatu Youth, Comrade Ken Okoli. Thank you, sir, for being here. We welcome you. Please, a resounding applause for our comrade. Thank you, sir. I believe we haven't lost him entirely. Okay, you want to show us what you're doing. Thank you for the transparency. Yes. I remember that one of our panelists talked about transparency, so that's what they're trying to do. Meanwhile, I believe that we should also get set for, apart from the panel session, the people who should pitch next, just in case you're called up, just be on standby, because now we want to be sure that something is going on at every point. If it's too difficult, please let me know so I can move this forward. We can get on with the next item. Okay, DJ, I think you can bridge this a little. Let's give a little time, just a little time, to let them see if we can get back. If not...
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome back, sir. We can hear you and we can see you as well. We are here.
Okay.
Yes.
Just give me 1 minute. Sorry.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to manage some of my other. Okay, fantastic. So I was just saying that before I got cut off, I wasn't sure where I got cut off, but I was saying that many of you who might have been watching the news would have realized that, you know, it's not right now. There's no funding for ideas. What people are looking for are startups who actually deeply understand their customer and what their customer is willing to pay for. And so for many of you startups that are thinking about funding, what is really important for you to do is for you to actually invest in really getting to know your customer very deeply, understand what your customer is willing to pay for at a very deep level, and then you can now serve your customer. Now, as you scale, that's when it becomes interesting for investors and accelerators to take you seriously. And some people may ask, you know, I don't have I don't even know where to start. Well, the first thing I would like to encourage many startups to do is to consider working at a startup. A lot of people, you know, graduate straight out of university. They want to jump into building their own startup. It's going to be very difficult because not only do you not have the savings, but you don't have the network of people who trust your work and are willing to give you the money. And now a lot of investors are a lot more selective about it. So it's really important for you to start thinking innovatively about joining a startup, working for a startup for a few years, building that network of people who really believe in you. Alternatively, you can also, I'm seeing a lot of young people find remote work for a company overseas, and then do their startup on the side. That also tends to work really, really well, depending on, and especially if you don't take any outside financing. So try and learn a skill, work at a startup for a few years, or work for a remote company for a few years, and then you can go start off your own business. And ultimately, I would say, I know I don't have a long time, and I also have to jump. But I would say ultimately what's really important is to hyper-focus as a startup on customers as ultimately your source of funding. It's such an undervalued source of funding. And by just managing your business model and your cash flow situation, you might be in a better position to actually leverage customers as a source of funding. Whether it's working on it, part payment upfront, just like you would a typical service business, or building wallets so that your customers pre-fund before they access your solution, or thinking creatively about who your customer is and trying to work with large businesses who are more likely to be able to pay larger sums quicker, or even trying to figure out how you can share revenue with somebody who has access to customers and is willing to share that revenue with you. These are all interesting ways of being able to identify and work with a customer. So I wish you guys a lot of luck as you build your startups. And, at Future Africa, we take on larger size checks, but we're always happy to work with startups that know their customers intimately well. Our website, through our accelerator, our website is www.accelerate.africa. So accelerate, which is spelled with an 8.africa. You can go on there and apply, and we'll look at your application, try and gauge how well you understand your customer. And if you understand your customer and look like you love your customer, then we might be in a position to actually work with you to first build a business through the customer, and then we might be able to find you funding through our fund or other funds who plug into our program. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much for being here today with us. Wow. Did you enjoy that short presentation? I hope you took something away from it. I believe you do, or you did. Okay, now we're getting set for the next session. And this time, of course, we know that we have Nollywood producers, actors, entertainers in the house. They've been here for the longest time. I think that even before we invite them for their panel, they deserve a big round of applause. And that's for the patience, for the consideration, and for the solidarity that they have shown by being here today. It is only proper for me to invite the moderator so that he can take it away. So join me as I welcome the Special Advisor to the Governor on Entertainment, Tourism and Media, no other than Bob Manuel Udohu. Please, let's make it a resounding one. Technical, I think you have something. Yes, I'm expecting something. As he comes up. Remember, this is about creative economy and technology driving innovation and disruption in the industry. Another applause for Bob Manuel Udohu. Thank you, sir, for being here today. Okay. All right. And he has given me the permission to invite the panelists, those who will sit with him for this conversation. In no particular order, please let's welcome Teko Benson, a Nollywood producer, a veteran as well. I was hearing the name Bob Manuel. I was also hearing Teko Benson, So that tells you that this is going to be an enriching conversation. Keep clapping, please. While growing up, not now, when we were so little. We also have Chege Alisigwe, please. Nollywood diva. for over 2 decades. No be today, oh, she's been there all this while. Okay. And of course, the CEO and president of Comworld, Nnewi, all the way from the big city of Nnewi. And of course, you know a film house in Lagos. When you talk of cinema in Nigeria, just give it to Mr. Kenem Paro, please. Just give it up for him. No one else comes close. And of course, Netflix producer Hannah Celestina Waso also comes to join the panel. As she comes up, I think it's important for you to know that the special advisor to the governor on pharmaceuticals, Dr. Nnadozie, is here in the room. Doc, we welcome you. Please give him a resounding one. Thank you for being here today as well. Wow, we cannot wait. I can't wait. I just need to go and sit down.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her, please. Yes. You can see that they're bringing at least one more seat. You have to make it 2 because I have to sit as well, or I might stand there. But we have one more of my colleagues here as going to be one of the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put it together for Ken Eriks. You can see that this industry is different. Our industry is different. You agree with me? We light up the world. We light up the society. We set trends and we make things happen. And you can all see that these are professionals in the movie industry, in the entertainment industry in Nigeria. And they're all from east of the Niger. She's from Delta. He's from Anambra. She's from Imo. He's from Anambra. He's from Anambra. He's from Anambra. I na-emesi fike. I na-emesi fike. I na-emesi fike. So, let's give them a little more time to get the seat so that we can settle down and talk. And please pay attention because this sort of panel doesn't come every time. It comes once in a long while. So you're here, you're lucky to be here for this session to take place. All right, so without much ado, I'd like for us to go straight into the discussions, the panel discussions and all that. Certain questions here are specifically targeted for certain people, but let's make it free. Let's make it such that it's interactive. People you don't have to wait until it's your own turn. So if you have contribution to make, let's go ahead and make it. But I'll still follow the order in which they want us to present it, you know. But let's have a good conversation. So number one on the list here is Teko Benson. I call him Teko B. We've worked on so many productions together. I mean, he's more of a director, a movie director. He writes and he also acts. So he's a core professional in every aspect of the industry. Teko Benson, you're welcome. Incidentally, he's from Ojoto. Ojoto, Idemili South of Anambra State. So, Teko, the first question here is, in your experience, how has the integration of tech, whether AI or script writing or filming equipment, challenged or enhanced traditional acting techniques? And do you think it changes the very nature of performance?
Okay, thank you very much. Tech has caused a massive revolution in Nollywood. I have spent 30-something years in the industry, and when we started, our practice was basically analog. Analog was a very tedious process. We carried big tapes. You know, we transited from U-matic to Betacam to different kind of tape system before we came to the tapeless media we are using now. You know, it's like we are living in a different world, you know, because I can understand, like what Bob said, those days when we filmed, the process was very cumbersome. But now with tech and digital intervention, everything has been made easy. We don't use tapes again. You know, I know that those days, taping and recording was used interchangeably because recording was synonymous to taping. You know, you can talk about sex tape and different kind of tapes. But now we don't have things on tape anymore. Things are in digital platforms. Things are in cards and in different digital medium of recording. This is the impact of tech in the industry. It caused a massive revolution, like I said earlier. Now, when you are editing movies, you do what we call linear editing. When we are doing, what do you call it, analog. Because you have to pack these tapes and start from the beginning, create your titles, and start doing your recording from beginning to the end. But with non-linear, which is done with workstations and computers, you can do your film from the last scene to the middle to anywhere. At the end, you now sequence it and make it linear. Now, those days, if you recall, our movies didn't have good colors because there was no opportunity to go back to an information that's already recorded. But with tech, even after making your film, you can go back and do color grading. You can go back and correct your sound. You can go back and do a lot of post-mortem. These were things we didn't have opportunity of doing before. So there's a lot which I will still say when we continue in this process. Another part I want to touch is the part of education. This generation, I call them the luckiest generation. In our time, there was nothing like internet. There was no YouTube. There was no social media. There was nothing. Now, you can just sit down in your house and go to school on YouTube. You can go and attend master classes without going anywhere. You can advertise yourself. You can advertise your movie with social media without paying any money. So it's so much to mention, but I think I will come back to it because of time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Teko B, a round of applause for him. This next question, I think Kenneth Barrow should do justice to this one. Nollywood has grown significantly, but with the rise of digital platforms, how do you think filmmakers can navigate the pressure of balancing mass appeal with artistic integrity in an increasingly data-driven industry?
Okay, sorry, there's a lot of echo. You know, so can you repeat the question again?
Nollywood has grown significantly, but with the rise of digital platforms, how do you think filmmakers can navigate the pressure of balancing mass appeal with artistic integrity in an increasingly data-driven industry?
Okay, so I think, good evening, everybody. So I think technology has only enhanced Nollywood and film industry. You know, so film industry, I think anybody, especially for your benefits here, what are the opportunities? What are the things technology has done for film industry? You look at the film value chain, from film data to film finance to film production to film distribution to film exhibition and back to data, yeah, in a circle. when you look at all those things, yeah, technology has played a huge part in growing every level of that value chain. Yeah. So sometimes people think with digital coming in, will the infrastructure like cinema go away? But it's not. You know, it's not going away at all. You know, they're completely different things. Yeah. You'll find that the major big films in the whole world, I mean, the big film in the world today is Gladiator. Yeah. Moana will come out very soon. Yeah. Those are Hollywood films. Yeah. The same people packing cinemas are the same people that have Netflix and Amazon at home. Yeah. So it's just different experiences. The fact that we have kitchens in our homes and microwave has not closed down restaurants. Yeah. It's a completely different experience, you know. And also, digital technology has helped cinemas a lot. You know, now it's in fact, even when you're making films, I noticed the drone flying around here. Whereas, you know, I can only see 1 or 2 camera people here. But in the past, you see like 50 to 100 media people here. But now they don't have to do that because technology has made it such that you can stay way at the back there and zoom in and record. You can use your drone to fly through, you know. And in cinema, the films now are all digital, you know. Before, you know what we used to call projectionists, the people that start the projectors. The key skills to have then are mechanical skills and, you know, electrical skills, but mainly mechanical skills. But now the key skill to have in those projectors are computer skills. you know, if you're advertising for a cinema projectionist, the people you're looking for are people that are IT people, as opposed to mechanical people. Yeah. So IT has done a huge lot. Technology has done a huge lot in our line of business in cinemas.
Yeah. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please.
Yeah, Bob, I want to add something.
Go ahead, please.
In 2007, I released a movie called Mission to Nowhere in the cinemas in Dublin, London, Scotland. Kene was the head of Odeon Cinemas in London then. We used celluloid, which was the traditional system of making films in the cinemas then, to release that film in the cinema. It was a requirement. If your film is not on 35, you cannot release. So we had to travel to California and transfer that movie and made the film on 35 to be able to stream in international cinemas. This took a lot of millions to achieve. And in terms of load, if you see the size of these materials, before we could transport it from America to London where he was. But today, digital has made it very easy. Just in a small DCP, you can stay here and without even traveling to London, you can transfer it digitally, they receive it and project it digitally. I think the impact is so much. I just want to mention it because the same Kene in London is the same man here now building the biggest cinema in Africa in Nnewi right here behind our back. I'm so proud of this man. Thank you.
Well, Teko, since you are still with the microphone, I'll come back to you so that you can continue. How can Anambra-based filmmakers utilize virtual reality or interactive storytelling to tell African stories in a way that it hasn't been done before?
That's a very brilliant topic because that's what we've been discussing within ourselves. Because there's lots of complaints from Ohaneze, Nzukumuna, different people are complaining that they're not seeing Igbo cultural movies again on Netflix, Amazon, and other platforms. And we are very disturbed about this development because we're the pioneers. We are the people that started this. Our movies was actually started on Igbo language before we transited to English because of commercial purposes. Because a lot of audiences wanted to understand what we were doing. That was why we went to English. But now the chicken has come to roost. So we need to come back again because this age now, Igbo language, if care is not taken, might go extinct in the next 15 years, according to world reports. So we need to actually go back to indigenous languages, and that is the target. And we have plans now to come back home and begin to do, cultural films that will promote Igbo language. That is the topic actually behind all the Igbo filmmakers right now. We are too much concerned about the development. because it's not a good thing at all. If you go back to the discussions in Lagos, it's a topic. Last time I was in a program organized by Netflix in Lagos, that was still the same topic. They are looking for content. They are looking for huge epics from this part of the world. And the Anambra was where all this thing started. Anambra was where all this whole thing started. So we have plans. We are coming back to it, Bob. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him again. So I'll come to you, Ken Eriks. With your extensive career, how do you see the relationship between traditional entertainment industry and the tech world evolving in the next decade?
Thank you very much for that question. That's a beautiful one. I think the arts generally are interwoven. For me, remember, like I studied theater, so I was taught that all of this started from oral tradition and passed down from generation to generation, which means we have had that performance value as Africans right from time, and that's what we have put out in our movies over time up until now. So in regards to your question, how do we merge it with today's realities? I think it's an advantage to us. Like he said, and like Kene mentioned earlier, it's an advantage in the sense that we have the stories. The stories abound in Africa. We cannot run out of stories in Africa. Everywhere I go all over the world, they tell us that. And fortunately for us, we are now finding ways to tell our stories and put on platforms where they can be accessed all over the world. But we have a lot more to do. We have to be true to our stories. We have to know how to bring out the things that make us Africans, because these things are unique to us. The idea of tech is to embellish what we have, is to harness it and bring it out in a format that will be appealing to today's world, and which we are doing already. So I believe there's a lot of collaboration and a lot of advantage with oral tradition, traditional performances, and tech. If we can key into what tech is doing today, you'll find out that not just our production is going to be easier, not just our output is going to be more realistic, will make more inroads into other parts of the world, and I think we're all good for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken Eriks. Please, a round of applause for him. Well, let's come to the ladies now. Chege, let me come to you. In an industry where tech is becoming an essential part of production, how do you maintain the balance between the craft of acting and the mechanics of high-tech filming?
First of all, there is something I want to chip in first concerning tech industry and acting world. It's a huge thing in tech industry, and I believe it's helping each and every one of us in our acting field. Like, for example, when we started into this industry, personally, I started in 1998, straight from secondary school then, but it never stopped me from going to university. Okay, I combined the two. There is something that transpired then that today I will call training. Because I remember in those days, I'm trying to bring us, to let you people know what tech is doing for us positively. Then we go for audition for like 2 weeks, 1 month. Even though I was, my age was little, but I noticed that I was becoming better and better and better like the rest of us. Okay, right now, then we go for audition, we transport ourselves from far and wide. Now, in today's world of technology, you can still attend auditions without transporting yourself here and there. Then again, we were trained, all of us here, through constant auditions in those days. Now, I notice today, people just wake up from their house, walk into the industry, and already acting. That's why we have so many flaws. We have good people, no doubt. But tech can help you train yourselves. That's what I'm trying to say. For example, I have an acting school, Chega Lisigwe Film Academy School, online. Now, get where we're going now. So you have no excuse to say, I cannot transport myself to Lagos, to Asaba, to Abuja, to here and there. Stay in your house. register online to the film school, choose anyone you want, right? Get yourself well trained. That's technology. Now you are not spending transport money anywhere else. You are just in your house getting yourself schooled. When you finish that, by the time it comes to production, that's when we'll need you live. If you come into the acting field, you will know exactly what you are doing. Anybody who watches you will actually know that you were trained. And now that's the positive side of technology we're talking about, but people are yet to see. Because I've had a lot of people telling me, I want to act, I want to act. When I tell them, these are the things you need to pass through because there are sacrifices. Am I lying? You have to sacrifice. The sacrifice I'm talking about is not okay. The sacrifice I'm talking about is, during my time, we were paying for transport money to get ourselves well trained. Now, all it requires from you is to pay online, have yourself trained, be serious about it. Many youth are not really getting it. You know, they believe they just walk in and start acting. That's why you have a lot of people in the industry for so many years without achieving anything. But when you have yourself trained, wherever you are, when you go in there, you will know your left from your right. And you'll be seen, you'll be heard, you'll be noticed. And of course, you will star. So technology has done a lot of good. I think we that started in those days, we suffered. But because it's passion, we don't see it as any suffering. You know, when you love what you are doing, it doesn't have to be work anymore. It turns out to be fun, right? But today's technology has helped each and every one of us. So this is the best time for you to cue into this. Stay wherever you are, get yourself trained. That's technology. It's going to take you far and wide. And of course, we do monologue online. You do your own as well. But just get serious with what you are doing. That's all I'm trying to say. Anything you want to achieve in life, put in your sweat in it. There has never been an easy way. But just love what you are doing. That is, if you sign up for acting. If you know acting is not your thing, then this is not for you. But if you know that's what you want, please put in the work. Of course, you will get there. You will achieve it. Did I answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. A round of applause for her.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Kenerics, please.
So,
go
in
ahead.
addition to what she just said, I want to emphasize the importance of training. Like my boss, Teko, just said a while ago, that in some fora where they sit, they ask why there are no epic films from this part of the world on big platforms like Netflix and Amazon. I observed something about us, filmmakers in this climb, in this part. We do not value professional training.
Yes.
And that tells in our output. We have the craft, we have the talent, we have the people, but we are so impatient. We seem to be in a hurry to put out stuff. But that's not the essence of filmmaking. If you have to do anything well, anything, you have to do it right. Training is very paramount, very important. Training will take you places you never expect to get into. Training will fine-tune you. When I mean fine-tune, it will fine-tune you. It will give you the right perspective. Most people would say, why are you wasting your time doing this? Is it not the same thing that people just come walk across the street, go in and get? Forget it. When you come in trained, there is a difference, and it shows. There's a reason for that. Training does not necessarily mean you going for a formal education or to study anything related to it. You can be in your house, like he said. There are acting classes on YouTube. There are acting classes online. I learned editing from a software, online during COVID. I was so bored, I didn't know what to do with myself. I decided to learn movie editing, and before the end of COVID, I could edit. In fact, I edit some of my music videos now myself. Yeah, that's what technology does to you. So you can be in your house and put your mind to something and say, I want to achieve this, I want to master this, and you get it done. And I tell everybody who is an upcomer, who is a youth, who has a prospect, who is looking at being somebody in life, don't undermine the essence of working on yourself, improving, and training. Thank you very much.
Please, let me chip in something,
All right, go ahead, please.
Sorry. And beginning of last year, masterclass, this year. Beginning of this year, we held a masterclass championed by Mr. Kenem Barrow. Now, why am I saying this? Even though we all are professionals here, we all went to get ourselves trained again because he does masterclass, the business side of filmmaking. So what I'm trying to say is you can't say you've learned enough. All of us went for that masterclass in Enugu State beginning of this year. The people there were producers, actors and actresses, legends, upcomers, new ones. I was there personally. I actually organized it. And he came all the way from Lagos to hold the masterclass for us. And it was very successful. Even though we all are professionals, there are a lot of things he opened our eyes to when it comes to the business side of filmmaking. That's making film and business and, of course, making your money at the same time. These are trainings. Very important.
Thank
but
you.
when you don't know this, you won't know.
Thank you. A
so
round of
much.
applause for her, please. You see, the key word here is training, training, and retraining. I mean, you can get it, like Jimmy Cliff said, you can get it if you really want, but you must try, and try. Let me come to the other lady we have on this panel. Now, a Netflix producer. Netflix is the thing now. I mean, online film viewership, you know. So, Hannah, I come to you now. As a Netflix producer, how do you manage the tension between staying true to local cultures while meeting the globalized demands of streaming platforms? Is there room for hyperlocal content on global platforms?
Is there room for?
Is there room for hyperlocal content on global platforms?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Okay, so over the years, growing up, I grew up watching Nollywood films, you know, and what you call, right now, we'll call the old Nollywood. But when I came into the industry, things had begun to change. And then when I came in, you know, there was this little, you know, disparity. There were these films that people saw as, you know, local content, you know, for local consumptions. And there were these films that were going international, going global. You watch them, you see them on Netflix, you see them on Amazon. And so we began to ask questions. What do I have to do? What do I need to do for my films to get there? Because I don't want to play, you know, I don't want to be a producer whose content is just consumed locally. I want my products, you know, to go international on these platforms. And so I began to learn about it. We had a couple of dialogues. I saw a couple of films that were, you know, properly made. And I just put in all of the things that I learned into my production. And that is how we got there. So there is this, you know, idea that people have, you know, over here that if you want your film to go far or go global, all you need to do is just look for an interesting story and bring in a lot of A-lists and then it flies. But that is not quite right. These things are contributing factors, but this is not what really takes our film international. So what do we do for our local content to go out there? In the last couple of years, we've seen films that have, you know, topped in different countries where, you know, Nigeria or Nollywood is not even known. And these films are topping charts. So what did they do? They paid attention to production quality. So it is not a bias against Nigerians or Africans. It is the way that you make your film. So when you're making your film, especially when you know you want it to be for a global audience, you have to carefully pick out your stories. There's a project we're working on currently. Before we arrived at that story, we looked at a couple of, you know, other stories, and we said, no, if we do this story and we'll put it out there, will foreigners want to watch this? So you have to pick a story that, you know, showcases Africa And also, it has to be something or a concept that will also interest the outside world. That is one. And then secondly, the technicalities of making the stories. The technicalities, what I mean by that is, good quality cinematography and things like that, your costuming, everything has to be top-notch. Sometimes, the story is not even, you look at your cinematography, the storytelling style, how your story unfolds, the costume, everything, every aspect of production, you have to take your time into doing these things so that, it becomes very appealing to a wider audience. And that being said, I also want to talk about the impact of technology as well. As a producer, being a producer and a writer as well, how has this tech thing affected or impacted my job as a producer? And a lot of us on this panel have already said a lot, but I also want to come in one of two ways. When I came into the industry as a little girl, in 2009, just as a little girl, taking a sneak peek into the industry and telling myself I want to be in this space, I noticed that in those days, people would write story, they will write them with pen on paper, and then read them, then take them to what we used to know as cyber cafes or computer centers, and type them, and then make them into a script. But right now, in the world that we have today, in this scene today, we don't have to go through all of those processes. You can actually write your story, finish your script from the comfort of your home, in your bedroom. And these days, we also have things like, writing softwares, Writer Duet, Final Drafts, that can actually aid collaboration between you and people in any part of the world. So the next project I'm working on, the person who is a co-writer on this job is actually in Canada. If it was before, it wouldn't have been possible. But right now, you and a person, 2 people, 3 people can actually be working on a story, working on a script, working on a project at the same time, in real time, with the same software. It works. And then, in the aspect of production, too, I have seen that tech also has been playing a very important part from the angle of a producer. In times past, you would notice that when you're done with your principal photography, which is the filming aspect when you go on location and you film your work and everything, and you make any mistake, most times for a producer, you're done. Like you're done for. You go on set, you make mistakes, it is over. But these days, with the advent of technology, when you're done filming, every error and what have you can always be corrected in post-production. So recently, we made a movie, and this last film that we made, it required us going to a lonely road or forest, something like that. But we were rounding off shoots, and we looked at the time. We didn't have that time to start driving into those places. So what did we do? We just threw a green screen, filmed everything we had to film on a green screen. And by the time this film will be airing, you will actually think that we're in a forest or a lonely road, whereas we're just sitting in front of a building. So that's that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for her.
Bob, go ahead. All right. I want to add one more point for us to understand the impact of tech, because I can see that this whole event is called Anambra Innovation Week, and it's all talking about techs. And I'm impressed with all the things, the demonstrations that we saw here today. All of us are alive to see or remember when we used cassettes to release films. We used VCD. We used DVD. Today, you don't see any of that again. Yeah, much as it came with a lot of disadvantages, because some people who relied on that market to survive, they almost lost their business. It still exists in little pockets. But digital has taken over that kind of business. Now we have the likes of YouTube, we have Netflix, we have Amazon, different VODs, different streaming platforms, releasing films, giving you the same home entertainment. without going through the traditional system. These are the impact of tech. I also remember those days I made a lot of action movies using helicopter. I know one of the movies I paid about 900,000 for 1 hour to shoot with helicopter, just to have a view from up there, chasing cars or doing something.
There were no drones then.
But now with a drone, you can achieve the same thing. Less amount, almost close to nothing. So that is tech. It's tech. It's wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Tekobi. Let me come to you one more. You're vast in this industry. Years and years of experience, just like collectively, like all of us. But considering the rapid digitalization of Nollywood, what's one specific tech tool or platform you believe could be a game changer for Nigerian producers in terms of streamlining production or expanding their reach?
So we're looking into the future now, yeah?
Yeah.
AI. I think AI will impact the industry hugely. Yeah. People have started doing it now. People have started creating a full feature film without any human being. Yeah. What tends to happen? Maybe you can take a full profile of Chege or can get a full 360 profile of them, and that's all you need. Yeah? And create them in the movie for 2 hours. Doing everything. So I think that is, okay, not just the acting side of it, but the writing side of it as well. AI is already doing it. ChatGPT is already doing it. Yeah? So you can have AI write the whole script, make the whole movie, and send it to the cinema or digital.
They won't take our job, oh. They won't take our job, oh. AI won't take our job.
So that's absolutely. So you now find that who are the people going to retain these jobs? IT technology people. So it's I think it's there's a bit of resistance, but I think that will happen. It's already happening. Deep fake is already that. Where you get, somebody put a president of a country giving some kind of news, and it's all deep fake. You just change the movement of the lips. So I think going forward in the future, I think AI is going to play a huge role, in doing that. Because remember, especially, to make big films costs big money. So if AI is going to help you reduce that cost, and I can tell you now, what I'm doing in Newi, the first 2 minutes advert for that business is going to be fully done by AI. It's already been done now. AI didn't script it. I scripted it, but AI is going to do it completely, the 2 minutes.
Yeah, we know that AI is now like a double-edged sword for our industry and for the world, technology as well. Not too long ago, the Writers Guild in America were up in arms demonstrating because of the use of AI. And of course, the advancement of technology, you cannot pull it back. You can only struggle to keep up with it. And I think, my dear friends in the industry, that's what we'll probably have to keep doing, to keep up with it. Yes, you want to say something?
Let me just add something else to it, because a lot of times when it's mentioned that AI will take over acting jobs, it almost appears as if actors are going to lose their job. But if you listen carefully to what I said when you take a profile of the actors, because they're the ones that are still popular. Yeah? It's just that people don't know whether it's the real Ken or not Ken. But you need Ken because he's the popular one.
Yeah.
So the actors will still have their jobs. Yeah. All they will say, for you to profile me, pay me $1 million.
Thank you very much, my dear friends, my dear colleagues. It's so wonderful having them together here on one stage. I haven't seen some of them in a while, and it feels good being with them on stage in this very program, Anambra Innovative Week. The show continues tomorrow. For us, the show must go on, right? Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause for all of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So we'll take a picture. Yes. Cameraman, please. Please, another resounding applause for Nollywood on stage. Okay, Special Advisor Ms. Chinwe Okoli joins this. I think this is a good time. Oh, wow. Okay. We're going to take some pictures now. The Special Advisor will join shortly, after which it will be good for us to have a picture with everyone on the first row at this time. Special thanks to our moderator, the Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Entertainment, Leisure and Tourism, Board Manuel Udohu, for doing what he does best. Okay. That's a very beautiful picture. Thank you very much, Ken Eric Sugo. Thank you so much. Thank you, Hannah Waso. We appreciate you. Thank you, Teko Benson, producer. Thank you so much, Egali Sigwe. Thank you so much, Mr. Kenem Baru. And thank you once more, Bob Manuel Udohu. Okay, now lunch is being served. And it's only those who are seated who will get a pack. So make sure you're seated so you can get your lunch and we get set, because the judges will come back on stage shortly for us to continue the pitching session that we had to abridge at some point. So now, I believe that Mr. Mishak is somewhere in the hall. Yes, so Mr. Daniel, please, because our judges need to come back at this point.
Yes, let's give it up for our judges. Who wants to wait till we see the winner? We have a lot of prizes to be won. We have 5 million, 2 million, 1 million, 3 million to be won. And some angel investors are here. They want to put in money. Yeah? Angelucci. Okay, we're ready. Please put your hands together. Felicita, are you here? Ifeanyi Adereka Kegi. Okay, up next. Up next is Favi C Tech Tribe. Are you there? Let's show her some love. Be fine. Okay. FEVC Tech Tribe. SME. This SME.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ms. Favor Choma Ikebuaku, the founder of PBC Tech Tribe. About our company, we are a tech firm that offers tech services and training in areas such as digital marketing, video editing, graphic design, and many more to kids, SMEs, corporation, and many more. The problem: we recently discovered that most African stories are undertold in the global space. As digital marketers find it difficult to express and promote SMEs using indigenous content to tell our stories. In bid to find a lasting solution, we have resolved to invest in cinematography and content creation that will serve as a digital archive for SMEs and African culture. Our business will result to revenue for SMEs as they can easily engage their markets in a way that they can easily relate with. It will also serve as a digital product exportable to other countries. We are currently working with partnership with Nigeria Association of Small and Medium Enterprise to be able to connect to more businesses and to train them on digital marketing and content creation. We intend to build a studio that will serve as a digital archive that will be particular for content creation, promotion, and marketing of African businesses and cultural heritage, which will produce over 30,000 contents monthly, yielding $75,000 yearly. Again, we also intend to build a space for training for SMEs, empowering them with digital skills and content creation, yielding an average revenue of 3.5 million naira.
Your time is up.
Our team.
Your time is up. All right, thank you very much. Judges, what's the name of your business? Let's start from there.
PBC Tech Tribe. PBC Tech Tribe.
PBC Tech Tribe.
Yes, sir.
What's PBC?
Yes, PBC Tech Tribe.
PBC Tech Tribe. All right. What is the primary product that you produce, or what do you do in like 2 sentences or one sentence? What do you do?
Okay, we offer tech services.
Huh?
We offer tech services and trainings.
You offer tech services and trainings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of tech services?
Digital marketing, content creation, graphic design, mobile website development, and many more.
Okay, good. So how many customers do you currently serve?
We serve over 2,000 customers previously, and then
over 2,000 customers.
Sorry, 200.
Over 200.
Yes, on monthly basis, sir.
Huh?
On monthly basis.
On monthly basis.
Yes, sir.
So how many people are on your team?
Okay, we have over 9 persons.
9 persons are serving 200 customers.
In different.
What do you do for them? Monthly basis. What do you do for them?
Okay, we offer tech services, like I said, in digital marketing. We cooperate with SMEs, like digital marketing. We do social media marketing for them, graphic design, video editing.
Hold on. You serve 200 clients monthly.
Yes, sir.
And you're offering them digital marketing services.
Yes, sir.
And how much do they pay you on average for each of them?
150,000, sir.
150,000.
Yes, sir.
You're a big woman now. Why you want this money?
Sir, that is why I said I need a studio where I can be able to propagate African culture.
Hold on, because if you serve 200 people and you make 150,000, 30 million. You make 30 million. That can build you any studio you want to build now. Auntie?
Yes, sir.
There are people that need this money more than you. What's happened?
Sir, what I'm trying to say is we need to establish more, like have a physical studio.
I mean, 30. Okay, let's even say that you make 20 million every month, right? If you target to build a studio for the next 6 months and you spend 5 million every month, in 6 months you should be able to build a studio with 30 million.
Sir, we already have money, but we actually need more because we need to expand our business. Sir.
All right. That's fine.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No questions. No questions.
Okay, put
Thank
your
you
hands
very
together for
much.
her.
Put your hands together for her.
So next on our list, O Agro. Please put your hands together for O Agro.
You're welcome.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Okay. I can believe all of you are eating. Hello. Good evening, everyone. I can believe all of you are eating. And you are enjoying the food. Even if you have not eaten, I'm sure that most of you still have hopes of eating. Please, let's appreciate our farmers because without them, none of you will be eating here. Let's appreciate our farmers, please. Okay, let me start by introducing myself. I'm Uwao Agro, and I'm the managing director of, I'm Uwakwe Mercy, and I'm the managing director of Uwao Agro. I reside in Colombia, and yes, I deal in all kinds of agrochemicals and fertilizers, seedlings. And also, we do our bonus to our customers in terms of agro consultancy and also help our customers to set up farms. Okay, so, the reason why I brought all these things here, for a very long time, for years, and most of us have always thought that all these things here don't grow in our southeast. I'm sure most of you think that all this harvest, we harvested it in the north, but no. All this harvest here, we harvested it in our southeast. So here comes that's my team as Uwao Agro. We deal in all kinds of chemicals, just like I said, agrochemicals, fertilizers. And also, we help to train farmers. We help to train farmers, especially our youth. We need to brush them up to tell them that agriculture is the leading way, because no matter what you do, I know a lot of you have to eat. And that is when we come into vegetable farming, which is all these things we are seeing here. All these things were planted, they grew up in this Anambra state. Just like our First Lady would always say, there is nothing as beautiful as farm. Okay, so what is our solution? Okay, let me say, what is our impact, our business impact? We are passionate about promoting sustainable agriculture and youth empowerment opportunities. We believe that by supporting our youth and empowering them with tools, training, and resources they need to succeed in agriculture, we can create more sustainable food system. Sustainable food system. Now, what is our solution to this? One, by providing quality agricultural inputs such as fertilizers, seeds, farm inputs, like tools. Also, what is our visibility, our innovation on this? Just like we'll be talking about digital innovation. Okay, we have gone as far as helping most of these farmers. I believe that most of our youth are, we know a lot about digital, like WhatsApp and the rest of them. We created a WhatsApp, we're able to create a WhatsApp community where we can gather farmers together.
And your time is
Sorry,
up.
where we can gather farmers
Your
together.
time is up.
My time is up.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Please, Ifani.
Okay, so your pitch says you do fertilizers and products and training, but we have an array of products. So are you into farming as well, or you just enable farming?
Okay.
What exactly do you do?
Yes, I'm an agro dealer. I sell seeds, and also I'm a farmer, a practical farmer. And lastly, I'm also a promoter of agriculture, especially our youth in agriculture in our southeast here, Anambra State.
So the products in front of you, you cultivated them?
Yes, they were cultivated by our Anambra soil.
I think what I want to know most importantly is why it's okay to talk about agriculture, right? You know, but what makes this special in terms of impact, in terms of size, in terms of
use of technology,
scale,
Okay.
in terms of use of maybe not even use of technology, but in terms of scale, what's going on? What? Because anybody can do agriculture.
Okay, in terms of
but
impact,
what makes it special?
In terms of impact, most of our farmers, in fact, there are old farmers. So we came with this new modern way of farming. You understand? So instead of, like we advise farmers, instead of planting at the end of the day, spending $1 million in your farm, and at the end of the day, you won't get your required result. So we train them. We give them training, and also we do monitor them. Like we are in a WhatsApp group actually. Farmers WhatsApp
Okay,
group.
how many people have you trained in the last 1 year?
We started our training I think last year, and I think I've trained let me guess, more than 100 farmers because I've seen their harvest, their testimonies.
Okay, 100 farmers.
Yes.
So what's the business model here? You charge them for the training?
No. It's a free training. How I get my money is from selling this farm input, but it's actually a free training because we want to basically promote agriculture in Anambra State.
So can I ask you, how much have you made, like, in the last 1 month? How much have you made?
From seed? Well, actually, seed business, we've made a lot of money. I won't lie to you. In fact, most of these seeds, okay, let me say 5 million or more than that. I can't tell you the exact amount, but 5 million or more than that. Agriculture, agriculture, you know why I love agriculture? One is that it can give you your own space. You're a master of your own. You're an entrepreneur of your own. And it can create employment opportunities.
Thank you. I can see that you're very passionate about agriculture, and that's very awesome. So please, we have, because of time, so thank you very much. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for her.
Let's put our hands together for her. Judges, this is still SME category. My judges say, this is still SME category.
We are aware.
Okay. Please, next on the list is...
And finally, the last person in the SME category. Can we please put our hands together for Omar Afrique Designs?
Good evening, judges. Good
Good
evening,
evening.
everybody. My name is Onra Chidimma from Oma Afri Design. So, Oma Afri Design, Omalicha Africa. So the short form is Oma Afri Design. So Oma Afri Design is a social enterprise that deals with upcycling waste from the environment and convert them into fashion accessories. And one unique thing about our brand is that we work with special needs. That's youth with disability. You have the deaf, the cripple, and the autics, even as in those we know as imbeciles that would think that they can't do anything. But in our organization, we make them work. We make them convert trash to beauty. Okay, now on my Afri Design, we have 3 major problems we identified and we are solving. Problem number 1, you have environmental pollution from waste. Then problem number 2 that we identified, that's inclusion, SDG. Inclusion should be SDG 10, yes, reducing inequality. Because in Oma Afri, we just don't work with every youth. We are specific. with our human resources, which are the special needs. Then the third problem which we identified is the increasing disconnection of the African heritage. That's things about African culture, especially with youth, Africans in diaspora. So the solution we are offering, talking about waste management, as you can see this bag, normally this bag is plain, but this fabric, waste fabrics, we use them to make beautiful designs. Then, like we said, we are African-centered. This is Ibuku Bros work. Also, talking about inclusion, our disabled community, we train them, make them produce, to help them earn income and produce things. Like now, these sandals, please help me with this. Okay, just show them a sample. These sandals, we make them unique. These are handcrafted by the disabled community. Some of them, we have those of them in beading aspects. Those in beading aspects, they bead this sandal. And this will make it unique. One thing about us is that you cannot see our product anywhere. In fact, it's customized. Once we give it to you, you know that it's for you alone. So these are their handworks. Then this, about waste recycling, plastic material from the environment. We have a 3D machine that will teach them how to cut. Okay, into a beautiful plastic waste. Then this is waste from normal plywood. Then we now use it to produce earring. This is also fabric waste. We use it to produce earring. This is also bead, one of their products too. You can see my hand, these bangles I'm putting on has been produced by them. Then the third problem which we are solving, talking about disconnecting African heritage. Most our products are online, like we market on e-commerce platform, Facebook, WhatsApp, and Africans in diaspora, they appreciate our products very well. That's why we are African-centered. So it helps connect them back to their roots. Okay,
right.
and as you can see, we are not just creating products.
Sorry, Ma. I think that we're running out of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the pitch. I think the question I have would be to know what is your distribution like? I mean, how are you distributing this thing, and what does that look like today? So if I have to rephrase, on a monthly basis, right? Okay. What volumes of these things are you able to sell? Do you understand?
Okay. 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 Our products are fashion accessories. And fashion accessories are not really the basic need of man. Talking about in terms of these things. So our products normally have season. Like this festival season, we make sales. I think as at last week, the last event we went to, the business summit, Nasim Business Summit, I think on the 8th of November, we customized about 2 dozens of this, and it's almost sold off. I think we got another one for this, but our products, you can't say this is a specific range because it deals with season. This is celebration season. We tend to have more output during the festival periods.
All right. Felicita.
So you say you work with people with disability in your community?
Yes, ma'am.
So, like how many people?
Currently, we have about 9 of them with us, yes. This is school period. During the holidays, we could have about 15 of them, but currently,
so you have a physical facility?
And we were here yesterday with them. We didn't know that we were making this presentation today, but we plan coming with them tomorrow. We didn't know this would be taking place this evening, but we came with them yesterday.
So you have a physical facility where
we
they come to?
Yes. And we have videos of them working. You will see the imbeciles, as in you see them being creative because we train them to acquire skills that will help them get income.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Do you have any question? Disa, any question? All right, thank you. Okay. Let's put our hands together.
Thank you very much. So, my judges, please, if you don't mind, we'll relocate you to the front row because we've been trying to get this screen to work. Okay. The next set of pictures have slides.
Okay.
So here you people will not be able to see anything, but if we take you back there, it will be possible. Yes, you can go with the mics, please. Yes. Thank you. So the next category of contestants are the undergraduates. Please put your hands together for our judges as they relocate. We're still on. Okay. Just technical, do we have the slides ready? All right, so can we please put our hands together for our tender? When you're done, drop the mic back here.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, the judges. Good evening, the audience and the governor in absentia. My name is Eguchika Tochukwonyeze from Nnamdi Azikiwe University. I have good news and I have bad news. Now, if you are a parent here, or you are a guardian, or you are a good student, because our solution, our tender, is targeted at solving a big problem in the education sector, which is the inefficient management of attendance, classroom attendance. So if you are a parent here, or you are a guardian, or you are a good student, then our solution is a good news to you. But if you're a student that likes missing classes, then our solution is a bad news to you. Now, coming to our solution, attender, you look at our society today, you discover that the quality of graduates is decreasing increasingly. You look at interviews with skit makers and you discover that there are people are being asked to spell innovation. They are starting with the letter A. So because they don't go to classes, 90% of truants fail. And the traditional attendance management systems like roll call and sign of attendance do not work very well. They don't solve the problem at all. That is why we have come up with Attender, which is a software-based system. It's a mobile application. It uses wireless direct technology to ensure that you are present in the vicinity, and it uses facial recognition, which is an artificial intelligence application, to ensure that you are actually the person taking that particular attendance. Now, I believe the video of how it is used should be showing on the screen of me demoing the application. Okay? Then, with Attender, if you don't attend classes for like 3 consecutive times, a notification will be sent to your parents or your guardian, even though you're in university, that your child has not attended like 3 classes. With Attender, the lecturer can easily take attendance and manage it. With Attender, before you get into an exam hall, the app will check whether you have up to 75% attendance. And if you don't have up to, you cannot take the attendance. With Attender, the students can easily check their attendance history and share it with their lecturers or with their parents. And with Attender, you can easily award the most frequent students in class and different things. So with Attender, we have basically solved one of the biggest problems in the education sector. And we are made up of a team of my fellow students, Gabriel, Joy, and myself, which could be the team lead. Thank you very much. So this is the demo of the application. Please, can you go back to where it showed attendance? Okay. Okay, so this is the demo of the application. So it uses wireless direct or Wi-Fi direct technology. So you can see my face on the screen. As I type my reg number and click submit, it said attendance taken successfully. Please, can you take, okay, submit. Then you can also take it to the end afterwards so it can show list of attendance that was taken. Okay, at first verified successfully. Now take the video to the ending part where I showed, thank you very much. Just help me scroll it to the end where I showed the list of attendance taken to the ending of the video. The end of the video. It's not possible for it to be fast-tracked. Okay, thank you very much. I'm done with my presentation actually. Okay, so see, it's my name, Tochukwu Eguchika, being the only student that took attendance for that particular class because I'm a very good student. Thank you very much.
Attender.
Yes.
Attender. People will beat you after now.
We thank God it's for their good, sir.
People will beat you after. They say they don't want. Okay. Okay, now. Question.
Yes, sir.
So if I did my house,
yes,
and I open the attendant,
Yes.
and I say that I have attended, how does the app know that I'm in my house?
Okay. Now, I believe everybody here has used Zender before. So once how the app works, I said it uses Wi-Fi Direct. The lecturer opens up the app, selects the class, the course, every single thing works seamlessly. Once you click a faculty, it lists the department under that. Once you click on create attendance, it opens up a wireless direct connection. So the connection will have a name, direct, maybe Y7, Redmi Note 9 something. So it's only the people within in that particular environment that can be able to access it. So if you are here, then you check that particular list like you saw in the demo. Once you click on it, you can sign. If you're at home, you cannot sign. It's not possible.
So it means for this solution to work, institutions must adopt it.
Yes.
Okay, so what's the
Now, sorry, it must not be adopted by the entire institution. It can be adopted by a department or by a faculty, but there must be institutional adoption. Yes, thank you.
So, can you tell me what exactly a school needs to have this thing running?
Okay, for the school to have this thing running, the only thing they need is to get the dashboard. With the dashboard, you can enroll students. The students can download the app on Play Store or App Store. But then what you just need is the dashboard. So with the dashboard, you can enroll students' faces, you can enroll lecturers, you can enroll courses, classes, departments, and the rest of them. It's very dynamic.
So my phone must be connected to the Wi-Fi. Must be on the same Wi-Fi with the...
No, it mustn't be on the same Wi-Fi. We saw that as a big problem because if that is the case, then you cannot use more than 10 phones because it will be lagging. So what we are using is what I kind of intuited it. I call it indirect connection. You are using the Wi-Fi name to access the server, not the actual connection. For example, now on my phone, let's say if I open my phone now, I can view all the available Wi-Fis in this vicinity. So, but I'm not connected to them, but then I can view them. So the app just takes that name and connects. It doesn't connect to it.
No, I think you have to explain that because I don't see that working.
No, we just demonstrated it now, sir.
No. I mean, in the real practical sense.
Okay.
So I pick up a Wi-Fi SSID.
Yes, exactly.
I'm connected to that Wi-Fi.
No, you are not connected to it. You are not connecting to it. Please, can you show me the video again? So that we can, you click...
Instead of showing me the video, don't you have the app here?
Yes, we have the app here.
So turn it on and show me now. That's a more practical way to show instead of showing me the video.
Okay, we use the video because it's more seamless. Unless we can get power.
Here now. Come and show me. Just come and show me here.
We need, currently, it is hosted locally on the laptop. Because obviously to host it on cloud, we need to pay maybe DigitalOcean. So we need to turn up our laptop and then show it physically with the local hosting. Exactly.
Okay.
Let me help you a little bit. So Wi-Fi Direct.
Yes, sir.
Is basically a peer-to-peer connection mechanism.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand how Wi-Fi Direct works?
Yes, I understand it beautifully well, sir.
So there is a head end, which is like a server.
Yes.
Right? That is broadcasting the wireless signal.
Yes.
And then you have to be within that local vicinity to be able to...
Yes, but they don't connect to it.
So how does the authentication happen?
Good. It happens with the online server. The
Hold
only
on.
thing they need...
Hold on. I think you're the one confusing us. Just hold on. Hold on.
Sir.
You told us in your pitch that it is like Zender. And if I understand what Zender is...
It's a P2P connection.
It's a P2P, which means I must connect to
share the files. Yes.
The purpose of broadcasting the Wi-Fi is to prove that you are physically there. So let's say on the student side, he clicks on view available Wi-Fi. He sees the lecturer's Wi-Fi connection. When you click on that Wi-Fi, it doesn't connect to it. What the app does is to extract the name of that Wi-Fi as the attendance ID. The name of that Wi-Fi is the attendance ID. So it just extracts that name and checks for the attendance that has that ID on the server and then signs the students in.
Okay.
And
that
so which means that the student must have internet on his phone.
Yes.
For that to happen.
Okay, let me explain. Let me ask a question. If Mr. Uche here decides to change the SSID of his phone to a lecturer's name, and we are all in Enugu for a class that's supposed to happen in Anambra, what happens? And it's close to me. I can see the SSID of the lecturer.
No,
what happens?
Wi-Fi direct. You cannot manipulate. You cannot manipulate the name of a Wi-Fi direct connection. Wi-Fi direct is not. You cannot. It's Wi-Fi direct. It's only hotspot or SSID you can manipulate the name. But Wi-Fi direct cannot be changed programmatically. Wi-Fi direct is created by direct. Then it randomly generates 2 letters and then maybe the name of the phone.
I'm not sure you understood the hack. You understand? A lecturer SSID is Okonko.
No, it does not use the lecturer's SSID. It uses Wi-Fi direct, which generates a new SSID. If we do it on Zenda uses SSID, so you can actually try it now. If you generate use this Wi-Fi direct, I mean, if you generate the connection, it is always a different name all the time.
Okay. If I get you correctly,
yes.
What you're saying is that the same mechanism that Zenda uses
to create Wi-Fi direct, to broadcast, yes, sir,
is the same mechanism that your app is using
to broadcast.
Okay, time up. Judges, time up.
Okay, time up. It's okay.
Time up. Thank you. Please put your hands together for him. Please, score him.
It works perfectly well.
It's okay. I'm just worried that some people might beat you.
Okay. Let me also announce this is undergraduate research category.
Don't worry, we know.
Okay, on the list, put your hands together for.
Thank you. Please, I would like the security people to please take care of Tochukwu as he leaves the stage. Can the security people please come and help me? All right. Up next, we have intelligent home automation system. Can we please put our hands together for them? Security. Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Obuaguchi Bweze, also an undergraduate student of Nnamdi Azikiwe University. So my project here is, can we get the slides? Intelligent home automation system. Okay, I'll start without the slides, but I need it. Okay, so how many of us in this hall have smart homes? I'm guessing not many, because when we think of smart homes, we think of the cost of implementing them, the cost of buying or contracting a company to install and change your home to a smart home. So this, my device, is a model of a smart home. So it has the normal features you would expect. You can control all your appliances using your phone from everywhere in the world, anywhere at all. You also have, a lot of us also have meters in our house. But then a lot of the times, after a while, our meters finish and we are wondering what's consuming our energy. Our home now has sensors for each of the sockets, tells you how much power you are consuming every time. Also has temperature sensors, light sensors, a diverse array of sensors, which also display on the dashboard, you would see. So there's a mobile app I have here. You also see the mobile app here. So with the mobile app, you can control all your devices. So other features we have video streaming. So with this small, very cheap equipment, you can view what's happening outside your house from anywhere. You also have means of access control. You mustn't carry your keys up and down if you lose them. The first one we have is this RFID. You've seen them in hotels. You just scan them here on this device, and then it opens your door lock. Another means is facial recognition. You enroll your face, and if it's a match, also opens this door lock. These are the methods of access control we have here. So we also have AI features. So this sensor data, the temperature, the amount of light in the room, the humidity, and other factors are sent into this other central hub. This central hub then gets this data and processes them with fuzzy logic AI algorithms to give you recommendations on what energy management mode you should apply. It gives you a value, tells you between 0 and 100. 100 being that you should worry because you are consuming a lot and you've consumed a lot today. So you could switch off your devices. You can see there's a dashboard which shows you the overall current and then the power you're consuming generally in the house and tells you the wattage of the appliances that are being used at the moment. Also on the dashboard displays the temperature, gas concentration, light intensity. And another key feature of this home is the intrusion detection. So the system learns your usage patterns. Every time you unlock the home, anytime there's motion around the home, it plots a graph. And then with that graph, if there's entrances or movements around those odd hours, it sees that, okay, this is not the usual pattern. And then it raises an alarm, a buzzer that is inside the system that also sounds. And that is a summary of the project. Thank you.
Well done. What is the name of your startup?
It's an undergraduate project. It's an intelligent home automation system.
So what do I identify you with?
My name, Obuaguchi Boeze.
Okay, so can your product be classified as an IoT product or like an app, a software product? What exactly is it?
At its core, it's an IoT project, yes.
Okay, so it consists of sensors,
yes,
that are embedded in several
controllers,
right?
Yes.
Then there is an application interface.
Yes, there is.
So you have a mobile app.
Yes, as
you
well
guys,
as you
guys developed the app.
Yes. We made use of a cloud platform to develop a dashboard for controlling this.
What's the name of the cloud platform?
The Blink Cloud.
Okay, so the sensors, do they connect to the cloud and then your app is also internet connected?
Okay, the sensors are connected to an ESP32 device in this peripheral board, and this peripheral board connects to the cloud through the Blink API and also connects to this other central hub through ESP now, a low-power communication protocol for the sake of the easy and fast processing of the fuzzy logic recommendation algorithm.
But the app on your phone has to be internet connected
yes, it has
for it
to
to
be.
work. Okay.
The only question I'd like to ask is has this been built already?
Has it been built? Yes, it has. This is what we're looking at here.
What problem are you solving with this, basically?
Okay, the problem we're solving, first of all, is energy management, security problems in homes. Okay, these features now, when we have it, the way we have it currently, you can get these kind of things. But this amount of features we have now, a system that does all those things, I'm not sure we have them. But if you have a system that does most of these things, it will be costing you about upwards of 800,000 to install in your home. But then the devices here cost less than 200,000. So it's a budget home automation system.
So how do you demo this for me?
Okay, I can connect it to power.
Exactly. That's why I was asking.
need my, it's just my phone. Don't worry, I'll just demonstrate it. Okay, so I'll be controlling the devices now with my app. I don't know if. Okay, you can also display here. So.
Bring back his slide. Yeah, exactly. No, not that. Bring back his slide. Home automation. Bring it back. Exactly. Your interface is back.
Okay. Hmm? Switch, it's on 0, change it to 1.
Want to come down?
Okay, it's better if I do it. Okay, I'm currently controlling the switches. Okay. I wanted to display the dashboard so everybody could see as I'm controlling the, but I think I'll do. No.
Okay, you can come here and show us.
Yeah.
Hey.
This is the interface. You can switch on and off the bulbs. Switching on and off. You can change the other bulb. This again these are the appliances. You can turn on and turn off the switches.
Uche, is it working?
These are the switches, but nothing is connected. Yes. Yes, you can see them if you move close to it. This is for the first switch on this side. No, this one. It's turning on, but there's nothing connected to it. Okay, you can also see the sensor values, the ones that matter to you. The others are used. Okay. Hmm? Did it disconnect?
All right, thank you very much. I think what's important is that it's
Okay,
working.
so it's okay.
Okay, so well done.
Put your hands together for him.
Next on the list, Grasso.
Next, we have Grasso.
Put your hands together for him. Next on the undergraduate project,
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Grasso.
Good evening, judges. My name is Emenike Madukinyo from the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. So I and my team were building a project called Grasso. Grasso is a decentralized crowdfunding platform for real estate developers. We discovered that real estate developers find it difficult to raise funds for property development. And this is because it demands high volume of investment. And they are depending on a few high net worth individuals to provide this. And a lot of times, these individuals may not have the liquidity to provide such investment for that project. So what we're doing with our platform is we're giving them access to everyday people so that they can buy into this project, so that these people can invest. We're tokenizing this property so that these people can buy these tokens. So with as low as 50,000 naira, the average person, the middle class, can invest in real estate, which is a high yield investment. Also, the Nigerian real estate market is found to be over 2.3 trillion naira, and with the yield investment of 100 to 500%. Now, these opportunities have been shielded from the middle class, from the regular people, and has been only for the rich. But with our platform, we're making it accessible to everybody so that they get to invest and receive this high yield. Also, for our team, my co-founder's dad is a property developer, and he has offered counsel and guidance as regards legal issues, and then also for property valuation. Okay, and we've built this on the blockchain. So while we were building, we we were looking for a blockchain that would be able to support us with the integration, with the development of the product. And we're considering Solana because of their ecosystem and the community they have in Nigeria. But CU came around and we pitched it to them and we told them what we needed because it was fast and the transaction fees were less. So we told them what we were building and they were interested in it. And now we have their support. And currently, we have our team of developers meeting with them so that they would support us and teach us how to enable us create our own tokens for our platform. So basically, what we're doing with Grasso is we are making access to investment easy and giving wealth creation opportunities.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Can I go? Thank you.
Judges.
Can you please walk me through this practically, right? Let's assume that all four of us are real estate developers. Okay. And there is someone in the audience who wants to plug in with 50K. Are you managing the investment centrally as Grasso? And what are the implications, when things go south? I know why I'm saying this, real estate. So who is managing the funds and ensuring that it's a safe investment?
The funds are with us, yes. It's on our platform. We create a wallet and this person buys the token and the money is kept in the wallet until the amount is raised, from which we would now give the real estate developers for them to develop the property.
Okay, you say until the amount is raised. So
yes.
Would you have an idea of the duration from the beginning of the investment?
No, it's going to be dependent on the amount of people interested in the project. And then when we run adverts for it.
This, sir.
Your app rests on which particular blockchain ecosystem?
You said?
Is it Ethereum based?
No, SEAL blockchain.
Oh, okay.
If I.
But you don't have the product. It's just an idea you have.
No, we
now.
built it.
You have a live. So why are you not
It's
showing
on
us?
test
Click
net.
on the link. Projector, click on the link.
Okay. I give them the link. Yes. You said?
The link that is with their presentation.
Okay. So please just sign in. I want to see something.
Scroll up, scroll up. See, just say state.
I'm not sure.
Are you logging in as a user? Use your mic.
You can log in to invest. You sign up. You connect
Yeah,
your
that's
wallet.
what I'm saying. I thought that's what you want to show me.
Okay. Okay. Just connect a wallet. Like, show them the process of connecting a wallet and show them the process of investing in a property. He has to connect a wallet here, and then I don't think there's a wallet address there. Go to invest. Invest. You can't sign up with that. So this is how. So for this now, go back. So for the user to be able to come on this platform now, go to invest, go back to invest. So he will have to connect a wallet. You download the wallet extension and then you connect it to the platform, which you would fund and then be able to invest. So then for the developers, Go back to develop. Go back to develop. So now you get to fill the form, which we'll be able to use to do KYC.
Okay.
But the KYC, this thing has not been fully developed.
Yeah.
So go back, show the properties. Go back to the properties. Go back to the property. Just go back. Leave the form. Leave the form. So then go down to the properties and show how you can invest. Go down to the properties, show how you can invest. Go down, yeah. Go down. Go down. Yeah. So, yes. Then go to a property and try to invest in it. So it's go back to the properties and pick one. Go up, go up, go up, go up. Just go up.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you.
All right. We'd like to crave the indulgence of our judges. These are undergraduates.
Okay, the next undergraduate.
Put your hands together for Azubike Chisom Joseph.
Good day, everyone. So my name is Azubike Chisom Joseph, and I'm the 300 level medical student of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. And I'm seeking to solve the problem of gully erosion in Anambra State. So you may ask, why is a medical student trying to solve the problem of gully erosion in Anambra State? So it actually stems from a very personal issue. So my dad almost lost one of his properties to gully erosion. So that's when I actually got interested in this gully erosion. And I was asking myself, there must be a better way. There must be a better way to actually do this, because the conventional method involves actually late detection. Like this gully erosion is actually detected quite late when it has gotten large and has started swallowing up buildings and the rest not. So that's when I started thinking about AI.